Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, and joining me today, senior macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
Senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Morning, Chai.
Good morning.
And senior market strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, everybody. It's going to be a great day to trade futures, that's for sure.
It is. I just said I hope everyone has a profitable one, but the mood seems buoyant and upbeat in the chat. I like when everybody rolls in ready to attack the day like that. Hi, everyone. Looks like we're going to have to wait a beat maybe to get a read on what the day is. Stock futures are flat to open ahead of the market opening, flat to higher rather, ahead of the market opening, but it doesn't look like there's a lot going on. They were sort of negative earlier. Bigger moves in oil, which is down, and crypto, which is in the red again. Shai, what are you watching in the news?
All right, so we did have, regarding crude, we did have the third round of nuclear talks kicked off in Geneva between the U.S. and Iran indirectly. And just kind of some of the backstory going into this. So yesterday, Marco Rubio said Iran's refusal to discuss the ballistic missile program was a major problem and would have to be addressed eventually, as the missiles were designed solely to strike America and pose a threat to regional stability. If we can't make progress on the nuclear program, it's going to be hard to make progress on ballistic missiles as well. Now, this was yesterday. Then we had the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson said that they will go into talks with seriousness and flexibility, but will focus solely on nuclear topics. So we have that as a backdrop going into today. Now, we don't know what they really have discussed. We do know the meeting did kick off earlier this morning because Oman's foreign ministry published a picture of Witkoff and Kushner in Geneva, signaling talks were underway. They did last for about 3 hours, and apparently now they are on a break until this afternoon. What I'm going to say is be very careful today when you're trading crude oil, because it is subject to headline risk. There are a lot of reporters out there that want to get the scoop early, and we may get all sorts of conflicting headlines. We already got one this morning where Tasnim, the Iranian paper, said, U.S. nuclear talks are breaking and they will continue in the afternoon. And then you had Axios saying they were abruptly stopped. So just be very careful today. Headline risk all the way around, and likely the first story out is not the actual story. Moving on, we had Salesforce earnings yesterday, right before we had Nvidia. They shed 3.1% after they forecast fiscal 2027 revenue below expectations, signaling sluggish spending on enterprise business software. So again, software still having a problem. Then, of course, the big one, we had Nvidia. But, they kind of gave a lukewarm reaction to a very upbeat forecast. So, they beat by miles. And the stock initially surged, but it came right back down, though it's still trading a little bit higher this morning than the close yesterday. It's kind of a stark reminder of kind of the skepticism that's now surrounding Nvidia. They have explosive sales growth has turned the chip maker into the world's most valuable company, but investors are still seeking stronger assurances that the booming AI sales are here to stay. Of course, Huang pushed back on those concerns during Wednesday's call, arguing that customers are already making money from their newly acquired computing power, and that's why his clients will keep investing at elevated levels. So something to keep an eye on that, because it's another one with outstanding earnings that didn't really get the market move expectation that most thought that it may be. Moving on, the U.S. on the tariff front. U.S. signaled it'll keep tariffs on China high, brushing aside Beijing's warning against further increases as Trump's sweeping levies move back into focus ahead of his meeting with President Xi. Trade Representative Greer and Trump said they intend to hold duties at 35 to 50% range, saying last week's Supreme Court decision to invalidate broad emergency tariffs would have little impact on those levies. And then moving on. All right, regarding the CME outage yesterday, there are again all sorts of conspiracy running wild on X, particularly from the silver people, saying that COMEX doesn't have silver for delivery. First of all, that's not how it works. If for any reason COMEX cannot make a delivery, what happens is you can either choose to financially settle that contract instead of physically settle it, or roll it to another delivery month. So, as you know, then it didn't shut down the whole slew of metals because they couldn't make a delivery on COMEX. And outages used to happen all the time, you guys, seriously. And the fact that they're so rare these days is a testament to how far the technology has come. There's no conspiracy. CME Group followed protocols to the T. It's all laid out on their website. You can go see. There is nothing abnormal about what happened. And moving on, we have 3 Fed speakers today. We have 8:45, we have Moran, a dove. 10, we have Bowman, a dove. And 2:30, we have Goolsby, neutral. And then as far as data is concerned today, we have at 8:30 a.m. initial jobless claims and continuing claims, and at 11, Kansas City Fed manufacturing activity. Of course, today, those initial jobless claims are going to be the big data point.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like a common theme in all of this, Tracy, is that there's the reaction off of maybe nothing news gives an indication of where the fear factor is, though, right? So I think with CME, it's interesting because there is a lot of concern that so many people are in the metals trade. It's linked to the debasement trade, and there is this sort of conspiracy fear that there's not the amount of metals being held anywhere, or people are unsure of where all that physical is. And so I'm not surprised that they thought it was because of that there was a shutdown.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this before when they shut down for 10 hours earlier or last year. Again, they didn't shut down a whole exchange because they couldn't make deliveries. There are protocols, if they can't, in place. So that's all I have to say.
It's good to clear that up. I know that you were deep down that rabbit hole on X, and it's exhausting, but that's kind of the world we're living in, right? Craig, what's top of mind for you today?
All things Nvidia, right? I mean, these guys put out a gangbuster number, beat and raise, euphorically bullish construct. Couldn't be better, and the stock is, it's up modestly, right? Certainly is underwhelming even what were, pretty low expectations for the implied move. I think the implied move was, about 5%. We're up, stock's up 1%. I mean, it's going to be a massive, vol smash there today. Dealers will be happy. Put and call buyers will be not happy. So, but look, I think if the market can't embrace this kind of gangbuster number out of the leading company in the tape, I think it's going to be very hard for the tape to continue to outperform you. So, obviously all signs on how the stock will trade today. I mean, overnight, the related names in Korea blasted higher. I mean, both Samsung and Hynix were up, I think, 7-8%. So clearly the thematic about upstream CapEx and the economics accruing to memory names and to compute names, storage names, still seems quite in vogue. But in the U.S., it's having a little bit more difficulty generating further momentum here. And we kind of, as Anthony's been saying, we're still largely violently unchanged for the year here. I mean, up a little bit now on S&Ps, but it's going to be a big day here for Nvidia. And then, as I mentioned yesterday, I think the uncertainty around the Iran stuff just kind of needs to get rectified here. I mean, if we get a deal, if we have some sort of deal that prevents, kinetic activity over the weekend, I think you're going to see a significant vol crush between now, over the weekend, and that's going to levitate equities, into this month end and probably propel into next week until we start getting the data. On the flip side, obviously, if something more sinister happens or if something more unfortunate happens, I mean, the vol's on a knife's edge here. Vol will go right back up. There'll be concerns that we're going to escalate over the weekend, and then we'll trade risk off until more resolution there. So I think that's what we need to get. We need to get some resolution here from these talks.
And I just want to interject really quickly. I don't expect anything to come out of these talks today, to be honest with you. I think there'll be another round. Iran has a long history of dragging these talks out. After Trump ripped up JCPOA in 2018, they dragged talks out until he was out of office. So they have a habit of saying, yes, we will comply, and then when it comes to talks, you end up in a stalemate, and then you have more talks. So I personally don't expect any breakthroughs today, but we will see.
I think is the risk that the market's worried about that not that Iran won't use and follow its normal playbook of dragging things out, is that Trump itching with some domestic unfavorable poll numbers and midterms coming and will do something and won't wait for, won't allow it to be dragged out, is getting impatient. That seems to be, I don't know. Does that feel like, for all of you, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, because that's a really big question, especially, Craig, if you think it's an overhang for the whole market. Usually we fade geopolitical risk, right? That's normally what you do. It's headline risk, but immediately you want to kind of position to fade it. I'm not sure that's the situation this time around.
Yeah, I mean, look, it seems like we're getting to a crescendo here, in this relationship, right, between Israel, Iran, and the U.S. And we've sent a massive amount of military support and artillery and aircraft carriers to the region, and there's cost to that. And so, but the administration really can't afford to just have this drag on forever either, right? There's a I mean, this sounds crazy to say, but there's a window here, right, where maybe they can get we can get a resolution, or we're going to do something much more aggressively. We can't have this. Trump can't have this being a hangover, third quarter and into the run-up into the election, right, where the threat of oil prices is moving higher. I mean, there's a window here for him to do something, and I think Iran knows that as well, right? They'd like to keep pushing this out as much as possible, and maybe push it closer to the election if they wanted to too. So I think there's a lot of inside baseball here, geopolitical 4D chess that's going on. Hard to get into the mind of the president, but some of the commentary out of Rubio last night seemed pretty hawkish, and then the Schumer comments from earlier in the week from the Gang of Eight meeting was, he seems a little bit concerned as well. So I don't know, the drum beats are getting a little bit louder here, and yeah, I think this is an overhang for the market because it creates the need for hedging, right? I mean, if we don't have a resolution into the weekend, people are going to feel like they need to have some hedges on for the weekend, and so that kind of will creep some risk off into month end. And if nothing happens over the weekend, maybe we sell vol again on Sunday evening. But that's why I think this needs to kind of get some resolution here.
Yeah, just wanted Tracy, before you weigh in, or Jim, I just want to mention folks in the chat certainly feel like there is going to be something that happens. Streamside saying, I think the administration wants to get this cleaned up sooner rather than later. And President Trump has been transparent. Last week, he gave a 10-day deadline that's coming due this weekend. No surprise or dragging on. But I think that from the chatter you see coming from Washington, I think there are some who are saying his military advisors are not super keen on pursuing some sort of military. They would prefer to see diplomatic. And some are suggesting that's leaking for a reason. So it's kind of a murky situation.
Yeah, but the Treasury bond market's not really too far. It's not jacked that much, right? I mean, we're kind of sticky high, but not exceedingly so. It doesn't seem to be anticipating some catastrophic event from a flight to quality point of view. It's just kind of pricing itself kind of normally at this point. So that's going to be my key. I'm going to look at those 30-year bonds. Are we going to get to a 118, 119, 120 handle super quick? And then that market's telling me, okay, this is real. This could get real quick. So be careful. On the equity markets today, it's almost like they were hit with a taser. Like they were charging, and all of a sudden, boom! It just stopped on a dime. It's crazy. The range so far overnight is only about 32% of the ATR so far, and I know it's pre-market and the bell isn't rung yet. But I expected more fireworks to happen after the Nvidia announced the crushing Nvidia news. Didn't happen. So a little bit surprised there. We'll see. Maybe it's coiling and ready to just go one way or the other today.
Yeah, good point. Tracy, there's a question for you in the chat. I don't know if this is maybe because you were down the silver hole. Somebody asking about nat gas, Australia nat gas. I think I lost it, but do you see it?
Nat
Oh,
gas
I
is
see it. It says, what's your
rolling.
take on nat gas from Australia to Canada? A lot of chatter on X about it. I, 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 I don't see anything controversial about that. They're the second largest producer of natural gas from the U.S., and they're a huge exporter. So,
There you go. Hey, yeah, you guys, real quick, I just want to also mention we got a couple of promotions here we should talk about really quickly here because we're getting close to time to go here. We're launching NinjaTrader Live socials. They're going to be awesome. You're going to see all sorts of great content, including educational, entertaining from everybody who participates in NinjaTrader Live. They're going to be super cool, and we're celebrating that by giving away some lifetime plans for the NinjaTrader desktop platform. We're giving away 5 of these licenses, and we're doing it Monday. Anthony's going to announce the winners Monday at some point. I'm not sure what time. You could sign up to try to get one of these 5 licenses. It's a $1,499 value, and also you save a lot of money on commissions too. So it's a really good deal. If you don't have that license already, go ahead and try to fill that out. The link is in the chat. The second thing I want to remind everybody is we have that March Madness Arena Challenge starting Monday. March Market Madness Arena starting Monday. $20,000 of cash prizes, so 100 different winners, and the top prize gets $2,000 in cash. Real-time sim account, a lot of fun. So go ahead and pop in there if you haven't done it already. I'm going to do it. I did it last time, and I had a blast.
Yeah, just a quick note on that. On the link, one of the links, I think it's the one for the licenses, the free licenses. Some people, when they hit the link and say it's not working, I think you just have to refresh your browser. So if you've come across that problem, and somebody can jump in the chat and confirm whether that's the case. But I saw a couple things early. But you're right to jump on it. It's amazing. Tracy, any feeling about the econ data? I mean, when we have this kind of risk we were just talking about, by the way, on Polymarket, 37% for March 14th, 55% for March 31st, but that's not a majority and it's spread out. And that means a bunch of people think it's not going to happen either of those days. But that's, of course, ranking right up there with whether we'll confirm aliens exist. So take that for what it's worth. Those two are sharing a headline under U.S. government. It's the world we're living in. Does econ data matter here? You mentioned the Fed will be talking. We had that interesting conversation with Danielle where, she certainly seemed to think inflation's low, concerns about the labor market, concerns about housing. And yet we have a Fed that seems like they want to at least posture that things are in play and maybe they're not going to cut rates. Should we be paying more attention to the econ data? Could that move the market today?
Well, I think definitely we should be paying attention in general on the labor market because that's what they've been talking about, and inflation because that's also, they're kind of split in between who is worried about the labor market and who is worried about inflation. So I think all this data is going to matter. Certainly, there's no chance that they're going to cut rates. Or the market's factoring in almost zero chance they're going to cut rates in the meeting next month. But, everybody is thinking as soon as Warsh gets in that they're going to cut. So everybody's going to be looking at the labor data, particularly after that January number that came in way above expectations. So initial claims so far have been pretty steady, give or take a little band. I think what's really going to take to move the market is if we see some sort of outside number. If we say, initial jobless claims come in at 350,000, that would be very worrying for the labor market. But anything that comes in line is probably not going to be a huge market mover. But we definitely need to be paying attention to it.
Yeah, and CME FedWatch is tracking nothing until July. It's just, the probabilities
Yeah.
aren't there until July, so we'll see.
Yeah. Well, that can change though if we start
Yeah.
to see, and this is where all those concerns about the labor market could really start to hit home because that's going to be a quick line to consumer confidence and spending, I think, and would give the Fed cover, certainly wash cover. Craig, is the if we don't see any, and we haven't seen it yet, but if we start to see a turn, a rollover in tech, in Nvidia, in and more pressure on software again, is that going to drag down the whole market, or could the rotation play come back into effect today, where we just see money moving out of those sectors and maybe someplace else?
Hard to say. Look, I mean, we've seen rotation all year, right? I mean, IWM has outperformed S&P and NASDAQ, for most of the year. We've seen that rotation into small caps. We've seen a rotation, into, out of Nvidia into memory names and certainly out of software names. We've seen the rotation has been into energy. It's been into staples. The last couple of days, we've seen a little bit of a rotation out of staples and out of energy. And I suspect if crude went down 2.5%, we're going to see some further rotation out of energy today. So I think the likelihood is we're going to see money flow into Nvidia today. If it doesn't happen, I think we're more likely to see a beta correlated move to the downside, right? So I think more likely, given the numbers, Nvidia is going to see inflows, is going to see market cap expansion. It's a big company, and so a 1, 2, 3% move in Nvidia, the 3% move in Nvidia is $150 billion of market cap swing. So I think Nvidia is likely to get the capital flow today. If we don't get that, I think it's more likely we're going to see a correlated move, to the downside here.
Yeah, a couple of people in the chat talking about the Russell, and once again, we sort of saw this yesterday too. Very split up in the poll. What's your outlook for the indices today? 53% bullish, 22% bearish, neutral 25. So not a lot of conviction on which way this goes. Is that do you think where the most of the action will be today, Craig, in stocks, or we be paying a lot more attention to oil?
Yeah, I mean, we had there was massive option activity for Nvidia yesterday. For Friday, today's going to be even crazier. I suspect you're going to see kind of enormous option activity there for the flows. Given that they reported after the close, so. And given how big it is as a percentage of the NASDAQ, 9% and 7% of the S&P, the moves there and the gamma levels there are going to be super important for the overall tape for for the indices today. So
yeah. Anybody watching gold? Craig or Tracy, you watching gold at all?
I watch gold every day. Well, I watch all of the metals every day, pretty much. But we're still kind of in this sideways.
Yeah.
And we're still consolidating, still kind of coiling. Lots of opportunities for day traders, certainly. But again, I kind of welcome this move after we had such a parabolic move. I like the market taking a pause here a little bit. It sets us up nicely for a next leg higher. So, I still think gold is going to go higher in the long term. And again, I personally like that we have taken a bit of a breather here. Same with silver, although silver is a lot more volatile than gold is, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was asking some people talking about the gold ETF. I'm long gold panic.
Yeah, I mean the gold futures were tasered also. I mean, we have a little baby candle today, and it's moving nowhere fast.
Yeah. Craig, this is an impossible question to ask in a minute, but Generac in the chat saying, why is no one talking about private credit? This will affect the overall market and economy. And there are 2 private credit firms that have redemptions going on, and they are adjusting for their losses. This is another one of these overhangs. It's not been as moving as fast, but it is a concern that's continually out there.
Yeah, look, I mean, we've been speaking about private credit on the morning, show for the last couple of weeks here. Tracy mentioned it earlier in the week. I think it's something that's out there. It's not going away. It doesn't move rapidly either. And the question is, I think, as we discussed earlier, is it going to be, systemic? Is it going to bleed into other areas of the market? Is it going to hit the consumer lending part? Are banks going to retrench lending? And so I think this is a slow motion, type situation here. And really it's uncertain, how much of a follow through it's going to have. But so far, credit spreads into some of these software related names are starting to move wider. And then we know that the CDS on hyperscalers, particularly Oracle, is starting to move wider. So it's starting to happen. The question is, will there be something that accelerates the speed of it? TBD. I think the Fed is obviously hyper aware of it. Even Treasury Secretary Bessent mentioned he's concerned about private credit. So I think the eyes are on this space. The Fed would react if they saw something much more aggressively negative happen. So yes, I think it's very important. We'll keep an eye on it, but I don't think it's something that tailspins the tape imminently, I guess is the quick 60-second answer.
Yeah, that's what I said. So unfair to ask about a monster subject like that, but I think that's exactly what they were looking for. Extend and pretend is still in effect until further notice. Fantastic. Okay, it's time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jim.
All right, well, let's start with the NASDAQ futures. I have a daily candle chart up on the screen. It's kind of amazing, actually. We have a baby body of a candle today, small body candle today, small range today after yesterday's excitement. Price literally closed between that November anchored VWAP, where those November swing lows were, and the 2026 anchored VWAP. And look at how they're pinching together really tightly right here. This is telling me there's a certain amount of price happiness right here. And when you look at this volume profile from the year, I know it's hard to see, but I'm just going to put my crosshairs where there's a pretty high volume level right where we're at as well. So that's kind of reinforcing. Now, right above it, there's kind of a low volume node until you get all the way up to 25,620, give or take. So we'll see if we fill in that area. On the downside, there's also a low volume node starting at 270 all the way down to approximately 25,100. So again, we'll see if that fills in. But right now, we're kind of stuck right there and right above that 50% retracement as you measure the annual high to low. RSI is it's kind of arcing up, but nothing unusual there to really talk about. So right now, we're kind of paused right there. And if you take a look at this 2-day intraday chart, we had that big rally yesterday. It was sticky. We kept going. This big candle here at the very end of the Globex close brought us all the way up for a quick poke up to 24,495. We settled back down a little bit, but the range here, and let me refresh my data really quick so I could show you the statistics. The range here is pretty tight. It's a pretty tight range. We're at 33% right now of an ATR, which is about 465 points in the NASDAQ. So, when Tracy talks about coiling, there's some potential one way or the other. It does look like it's trying to get above the London initial balance high here, but again, not a huge move. So we'll see. RTH close was at 25,388. Keep that in mind as well. We do have some targets on the upside. We have JAX2 at 25,450. We have that Globex close a little higher than that. And then we have previous sessions highs, which is that wick we just talked about. And then that's right at JAX1 at 25,500. JAX3 is 25,550 if this thing keeps rolling. And then you got R1 right below that 0 DTE call resistance at 25,650. And then that one-day max from MenthorQ, great level. Should we get a bid here? 25,689. On the downside, the volume profile is not that great, so I wouldn't rely on this point of control just yet. Let's let this thing fill out a little bit more. But we do have session lows, and we have that session low that came last night around 25,264. Below that, there's a high vol level, super important level here, and that is at 25,220. And then 0 DTE put support at 25,200. So a couple areas of interest that are pretty tight together. Below that, should things go south, we have that S1 right at the same level as a MenthorQ blind spot. Blind spot 1, that's 25,137, give or take a few ticks here. So that's a great level. And then that one-day min is all the way down here at 25,075. Below that, if things really go south, we got put support in previous sessions lows as targets as well. So a lot of targets both on the upside and the downside should this uncoil and we get a breakout today in the NASDAQ futures. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to the panel.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jim. We'll see you in the chat. We've got data coming up and we've got a great lineup for you today. So once we get that data, maybe Tracy will take a look at that before we go to the guest. But let's hit the lineup first. I think we have time. We're going to go to be talking with Carley Garner in just a moment, which we are super excited about. Later, Pharm will be here for Tape Talk. Jack and Nick for a tick will trade the open. We've got Salma and Stowe for midday markets. And trading the close will be XY, Salma, and Joey, which is all fantastic. We are waiting for weekly jobless claims, and we know the labor market's been in focus, and is may be a market mover if we get an outsized read on that. Trace, you'll let me know when you see that cross. But this, as she mentioned,
Yep.
three Fed governors talking today.
Here we go. We've had survey was 216,000 on initial jobless claims. Actual was 212,000. Now that is a little bit higher than prior. That was 206,000. And for continuing claims, the survey was 1.858 million. It came in at 1.833 million, prior 1.869 million. So pretty much no surprises there, in line.
Yeah, doesn't look like it's going to be much of a market mover today.
Yeah, no, equity markets, bonds are both just sitting there.
And nothing, presumably, that'll elicit any kind of Fed reaction, Craig, I guess.
No, look, I mean, next week, Friday, payrolls, will be the determinant, I think. We get the ADP earlier in the week. We get the services, non-manufacturing, ISM, employment component. So we'll get a decent read. We'll get the JOLT survey. But look, I think the Fed has upgraded its assessment of the labor market from where it was late last year. We've pushed into kind of firm pause territory, and I don't suspect that we're going to get anything from the Fed, even if the labor market came in a little bit weaker next week. The question is the economy that robust, right? And so weekly jobless claims are not really giving the signal, but they also are not as good of a signal anymore, because most people don't claim unemployment insurance anymore. They go right and become a gig worker, an Uber driver, a Lyft driver, and if you do that, you can't claim unemployment. So I think we still have a large portion of the labor market that is under earning. If they're not keeping up with inflation, real wages aren't great, and so I think there's a sluggishness to the overall economy here, and we'll see how the data plays out. But for today, again, I think it's Nvidia. Will we see rotation back into growth versus value? We saw some of that yesterday and earlier in the week. So a lot of back and forth here. But again, all eyes on this headline potential out of Geneva, and what does that mean for vol, and how do we close the month based on what happens there?
All right, fantastic. Craig and Jim, great stuff. We'll see you guys later and in the chat. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Maggie.
Let's kick it off with Carley Garner, futures and options broker, Mad Money regular, and author of Higher Probability Commodity Trading. Hi, Carley. Thanks so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for inviting me.
Off a busy day in Vegas, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, it's been, honestly, I've had a busy 4 or 5 days. Been off a little more than I can chew, but I'm starting to feel human again.
And I think you and I we crossed in Nashville. I was leaving and you were arriving.
Oh, really?
So, yes.
Gosh.
Wow. Yeah. Next time we'll have to get that down better and meet
Absolutely.
up in person. But it's great to have you here. Thanks so much for joining us.
I'm going to kick it off here with, of course, a question about crude oil. You posted a chart yesterday. You said you had written a note to your clients. You also, at the Money Show, raised the possibility of $15 crude, though you said you wouldn't try to call that just yet. So kind of walk us through that chart you posted, the analog that you're looking at, and what kind of conditions would have to materialize for that scenario to actually play out.
Right. Yeah. So to clarify, I do think $15 possible. I'm not saying it's a high probability, but to be honest, it's better than 50-50. I know that sounds wild, but when I look at everything chart wise, we've seen it over and over in crude oil. It's shocking every time, but maybe it shouldn't be because it keeps happening. So we'll just start with the weekly chart I posted on social media yesterday. And this is basically showing the big picture. We all know crude oil topped in March of 2022, and it's been a sell the rallies market since then. And we've had this pretty definitive downtrend line for the last 3 years. We basically, crude oil finds some way to test it. It's usually some geopolitical event like we're getting now. It pushes us up there, we test it, and we come back down. And I think, until that pattern breaks, I'm going to have to just lean on it and go with it. And so this will be the seventh rally that we've had since putting a high in 4 years ago. Each of them have failed right around this line. The first one was a little higher because that was just kind of a wild double top, but we'll ignore that. But more specifically, last year when the U.S., when I say we have to talk about the U.S., dropped bonds on the nuclear facilities in Iran, crude oil rallied it started at 55 and it rallied into the low 70s. I think we got maybe mid 70s. But most of that rally happened before any bombs dropped. The masses didn't know what was happening, but somebody knew because the market was moving. And we kind of priced it in advance. This time around, we're getting almost the exact same price action. But, we started at 55. Here we are going, getting into the high 60s, maybe you push it at low 70s, maybe. But this time around, we knew the news in advance, and maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. But if it does happen, unless there's unless it's more not a hit and run, unless it's a bigger operation that actually does do some damage to crude oil supplies, I don't think we have a very good shot at holding above the trend line, which is about 67. And if we do, I'd say the 200-week moving average probably stops it, and that's at about 76. So it's possible we get one of those crude oil probes higher, the ones that, the market's famous for that. And then we roll over later. But in the big picture, once we do finally roll over, and I think we probably will, I could be wrong. I know there's a lot of, Tracy, I know you've talked a lot about the infrastructure fundamentals and there's a lack of investment. And at some point, I 100% agree that crude oil is going to be a fantastic buy because the U.S. could only run on their previous investments for so long. Thus far, production has kept up, but at some point it will drop off. I just think knowing the way this market prices, we probably can't see a bottom until we get some sort of uncivilized sell-off. And so that's what I think is going to happen. My first target will be like somewhere around 44. So we'll start at 44 and see what happens. And if we break that, maybe we'll start talking about 15 or 20.
Carley, you just answered my question, which is when people hear that, and I'm sure if you're addressing an audience that maybe pays more attention to macro and not as dug in on the charts, they're thinking, wait a minute, the narrative I'm hearing all the time is that, energy, we need energy for everything. There's not enough energy. AI is going to be this huge demand on energy, buy anything you can with both fists because we don't have enough. So you're saying we've got to get that sort of puke sell off first down to 15 before we sort of recognize that part of the narrative. Is that right?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Fundamentals are really tough to trade on because markets are all knowing, so they're priced in advance, but also sometimes it's slow. Fundamentals are such a slow motion impact on the market that sometimes they don't matter in the short run. In the long run, they matter. In the short run, sometimes they don't. And we saw that in the last couple of cycles. This is the fourth bear market in the last 20-ish years. And the first three ended, the first one was the financial crisis, and we ended up dropping. Crude went from $150 to 32, I think is where it stopped. And then the second one was, I think roughly around the 2016, there was a bear market in commodities that was really pretty treacherous. And crude oil at that point dropped into like the mid 20s. I think 26 was the low. And then, of course, we had the COVID fallout. And each of those times, fundamentals were pretty supportive before we actually got that last washout. So you have to be really careful. Even when fundamentals are bullish, doesn't necessarily mean the market's going to trade that way until we get to a point where it does. And sometimes that point is just really cheap prices so that everyone feels comfortable jumping in. Crude oil is kind of famous for, it doesn't turn the corner until everybody in the world is either too scared to buy or too scared to sell. And that's when it does it. One thing I'll mention also, I don't know if your followers look at the COT report, which is the Commitment of Traders report. The COT report is put out by the CFTC, and it basically tells us who's long, who's short, how much, roughly. I mean, it's a rough estimate, but it's accurate, but it lags. So we'll keep it simple. When I look at the COT report, and by the way, it was delayed for a while because of the shutdown, but it's now catching up, and we can see what's going on under the surface. And every dip that we've had buyers come in. We can see, I mean, just recently we got to 55, buyers stepped in. But each of those dips that we've seen over the last handful of years have seen large speculators, which are kind of assumed to be the smart money, large speculators have gotten less aggressive, meaning they've bought fewer contracts on every dip. So they're kind of losing their conviction as crude oil bulls. And we've seen this before, right before the 2020 sell-off. We saw the exact same thing where they were buying dips and getting long, but they were getting less long each time. And then eventually the bottom fell out. So, my red flags are waving. And I like, again, I'm waiting for some sort of capitulation wipeout that ends this cycle and begins the new cycle, which is probably going to be bullish.
And I want to turn this over. Let's talk about the equity markets here a little bit, because you kind of flagged unusual behavior in NASDAQ and Russell and other stock exchanges. We've been kind of sideways all year, right? We haven't been able to break to the upside or the downside. So what are you seeing in these markets? Because we have a lot of traders trading these these markets.
Right. So equities are interesting because obviously I think everyone's aware the indices are intact and look pretty good. But if you look under the surface, it's been pretty rocky for a lot of sectors and stocks. I personally think that my big take view is there is less upside potential than there is downside risk. And I've thought that for a little while. And as you said, we've really just been trading sideways, haven't gone anywhere for a while. But I feel like the longer it stays elevated, I feel like it's pretty frothy in regards to the S&P specifically, but NASDAQ also. And at some point, that froth is probably going to have to come out, just like it did some of the stock sectors that we've seen. And the reason it's staying up is because of rotation. People are selling their tech stocks or software or whatever it is, and then buying other things, and it's keeping the indices up. But when I see that sort of price action, it makes me feel like people are searching for, like, they're not conviction buying or conviction reallocation. They're searching for somewhere to put their money. And the markets have been trained not to put their money in treasuries, which I think eventually is going to be something that everyone looks back at and says, you know what, treasuries weren't a bad deal at 4 or 5%, plus a little upside capital appreciation potential. So I think eventually money will make their way into treasuries. But for now, they're just searching for something to buy that doesn't have a PE of, something absurd. And so I think that's what we're seeing. I personally, I'm not, but if I were holding a stock portfolio, I would look at hedging. Maybe it's as simple as selling some micro futures. Maybe it's something like an option spread where you sell a call, buy a put so that you have a backstop on there. But I think it makes sense to either take money off the table or hedge it in some way, because the risk to the downside is substantial. This feels almost exactly like 2025 did. And if you remember, everything was just fine until it wasn't in April. That April created a lot of buying opportunities for speculators and investors, but the only way you can take advantage of that is if you have some cash on the sidelines ready to go. So
yeah. And I was thinking about that because we're coming up to that too. So it's odd for it to be again a sort of another, torturous spring if you're long equities. So if people are looking for a place to put their money, Carley, is it metals? Like, where do you see opportunity? Because it feels like that's what people have been doing. I know you did a session on the debasement trade. It feels like people are sort of, all the talk is if you need to diversify out of stocks, you should be in gold, silver, platinum. Do they detach from oil? Do they go in a different direction? How are you feeling about that area of the commodity space?
Yeah, no, that's an amazing question. Since you mentioned oil, I'll just say one thing. I've noticed, and I'm not an expert on stocks, so I'm just saying this as a general comment. I've noticed the energy stocks have held up really, really well, despite crude oil and natural gas having a rough time. And again, I think that goes to show that people are really just looking for somewhere to put their money. There's a lot of money in the system. We created a lot of money supply during the pandemic, and I think it really is just looking for a home. And so in that environment, fundamentals are kind of being thrown out the window. That's my personal take. But regarding the metals, I think gold and silver have also benefited from the fact that the money supply is high and people are just starving for somewhere to put money. And the debasement trade, I think, is obviously, the narrative makes sense. Everything, I think it was a really good idea from the get-go to diversify into those things, get a little bit less long dollar, a little bit less long stocks. But I think it grew into something that's unmanageable and unhealthy. So I personally would stay away from the metals at these prices. I mean, if you're a long-term investor and your time horizon's 50 years, maybe this is a good place to buy gold. But otherwise, I would say you might actually be adding risk to your portfolio. And the reason I say that is, well, not only volatility, but if you look at a weekly or monthly chart of gold and the S&P together, they're literally moving in unison, and they have been for the last 3 years or so. So gold is behaving like a risk asset. If something happens and stocks go into correction mode, gold's most likely, in fact, I'm not going to put a percentage on it, but I think it's very, very highly likely that gold and stocks are going to move down together, assuming something triggers a sell-off. So be very careful. Gold is usually a great diversifier. At this particular time, I don't think it's a diversifier. I think it's basically a tech stock or a risk asset.
We're underline that one and bookmark it because that's I don't want to say gutsy call, Carley, but I think that it is a really interesting perspective to have right now, and really nice to hear kind of counter that tidal wave narrative that is hitting us every day. So I appreciate that. Tracy, you want one last one?
Sure. Let's talk about, we talked about gold, silver. Let's talk about the grains a little bit. That's a very little talked about area. And it seems we've seen an uplift in, obviously, metals over the last year. I mean, we've seen a little uplift in crude oil, but we really haven't seen grains go anywhere except for cattle. Obviously, yeah. But when do these get a chance to shine?
The grains are tough. I think that I'm going to go out on a limb and say we may have even already seen the highs of the year at grains. If we do see higher prices, I don't think it's going to be dramatically higher for a couple of reasons. For starters, I have kind of an unpopular take. I think the US dollar finds a way to bottom out. We are holding, like on weekly and monthly charts, the US dollar index is holding support. I mean, I'm not saying it's rallying and looking amazing, but it's holding support. And I think that's all that matters. And I think eventually it will make its way to the upside because the whole world is kind of positioned for a weaker dollar. And if that narrative changes, it puts a lot of pressure on a lot of commodities, including the grains. So that's one thing. And also the problem with the grain markets, specifically row crops, so corn, soybeans, wheat, is there are a lot of government subsidies that encourage farmers to grow the same handful of crops. And, I'm not blaming anyone. I'm not blaming them. They're just playing the game. They're dealt a hand and they're playing it. But what happens is because of these subsidized and incentives to grow these crops, we end up having way too much of it. And it's created this like perpetual oversupply of corn and soybeans and wheat. So it's really hard for those markets to rally unless something substantial happens. The last time we saw grains rally was when inflation went haywire and everybody decided they wanted to buy grains to hedge inflation. So it has to be some really big narrative to change that, which is very unfortunate. So for now, I think grains are a sell the rallies market, and I think we probably dribble lower. The great thing about grains, though, the margins are very lower and the risk is, a lot lower. The risk is far lower in trading grains than maybe silver or gold or even the S&P. So it's a really, really great place for beginning traders to kind of dip their toe in and play without having, without blowing out their account or being at risk of blowing out their account. They're much tamer markets. So I think they're a really great place to trade, but I do think they are a sell the rallies type of market.
Carley, fantastic stuff. I think you touched on everything that the traders were talking about in the chat today and gave them a lot of food for thought. No pun on the grains, but a sort of different perspective to think about as they put some money on the table. So thank you so much. It was such a delight having you.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Rest up from all your travels.
I will.
Tracy, I love when I don't even know if you want to call it a contrarian view, but somebody who's really deep in these markets and looking at the charts, I love when they sort of push back on the popular themes out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Carley's great. I've known her for many, many years. She also has written a lot of actually great books on commodities and commodity trading and options trading. So if you go on Amazon, look up her name. If you're a beginning trader, she's got some great books out there too.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can follow her. I forgot to mention at Carley Garner on X. And she has a great piece on how she got started pinned at the top, which is super inspirational as well. All right, Trace, great to spend some time with you. We'll see you in the chat.
All right.
Up next, we've got Tape Talk. Let's bring in Pharm. Hey, Pharm, how you doing?
Good morning, Maggie. Good morning, chat. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing okay. We're sort of, getting closer to the weekend. It's always a good thing.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm off tomorrow, so I think what I cover today will be valid for tomorrow as well. So I think that's good. Let's dive in, take a look. Yesterday, coming into yesterday, we were approaching, as we're doing the show, this big 69.31 to 69.35 spot on ES. And I said that my lean was that we were not going to leave this range before Nvidia earnings. So this is a pro tip. If you're going to be wrong, make sure to be spectacularly wrong. Because yeah, we clearly did, right? Both into and then obviously afterwards we had the move after hours. But the important thing from that day, like especially if you're a trader and you're bearish and you ended up shorting yesterday and it didn't go very well. We talked about kind of those rules of trading true gaps, and I'll flip over to the 5 for that. So a true gap again being open entirely outside of the prior day's range. And then I look at the range of the first 5 minutes, not the 5-minute opening range, because Pax will yell at me. But the range of the first 5 minutes. And if you'll notice, I mean, NQ, there was no doubt, right? I mean, it was just off to the races at the open. ES was a little bit choppy, and it was kind of close at one point. But if you just look back at your 5-minute, it never traded a single tick below the low of the first 5 minutes. And so outside of just being above this key 69.31 to 35 spot, that one little trick can sometimes save your ass, really, because I know there was probably a lot of people that were looking to short this. Sellers had their one shot. I mean, it even looked like the Dow looked terrible until it looked below and failed its IB low and then just took off. But breath was crappy at the open, and then it just all turned around, right? But again, no interest below that 5-minute opening range low. Kind of got to keep the hands off the sell button. Now, from there, like moving forward today and tomorrow, we've come into some big spots, and I'm actually going to flip over to NQ first because ES, like we've traded this range for so long. I feel like everybody knows this range and some of the levels pretty well. So I'll flip over to NQ and then back to ES. The first thing on NQ, 3 weeks ago when we came down and made that low in the 24 200s, I mentioned that was a huge yearly level for me. And it opened the potential for a new all-time high off of that hold. Now, the one spot to me that could prevent that move has been, well, kind of 2-ish, I suppose, but I've got a yearly level, big range, 25,369 to 25,469, which I've broken into weekly levels. And then the big spot that was lost a number of weeks ago that led to this weakness in the first place, which was this 25,516 to 25,538. We also have year-to-date VWAP is sitting in this range. The yearly ETH open is sitting in this range. So there was a tremendous amount of market-generated information in this range. So today and tomorrow are going to be incredibly important. And I think it's going to be important to watch NQ because actually like YM and some of the non-tech components have been weak lately, right? We've seen some rotation back into tech out of these non-tech components. But there's a little bit of technical damage in some of those charts. And so, one of these is going to have to, drive ES higher, right? And so it looks like it's going to be NQ, but NQ is into kind of a massive spot, right? So this is tricky. This is a tricky day, and tomorrow probably as well. But if you're bullish, you want to see clear higher highs, higher lows above 516, 538, at least, kind of 440 to 469. Again, getting over, there's a kind of a significant low volume node on a composite profile. If you just start it, like I start mine at the beginning of last year, carry it forward into this year, make some tweaks, and then I keep a separate one for just this year. But very, very important low volume node there that is protecting that composite volume point of control. So there's still like the bulk of the volume from last year is still trapped above price. Again, on the month of February, value will gap lower on NQ. That's not the best look necessarily. And so it's going to be very, very important to quickly and decisively flip all of this to support, basically where we're at right now and came up after hours. So kind of a big and important day, both for NQ specifically, and then also as it translates into ES. The spot below us on NQ that I was using was 169 to 187. We basically opened right there and then took off. And so again, that was all from this breakdown week, right? We had this double distribution profile a few weeks ago. And so it's one of these situations where, like, if you're not an auction market theory enjoyer, some of this doesn't make sense to you. But the thing is that, like, this was really expensive and this is really cheap. It's just kind of how it works. Yes, it's a little bit cleaner, but higher prices are actually considered cheaper than lower prices in many instances. So that's where we're at in this 169 to 187 needs to hold. Basically, today's Thursday, so Tuesday's range needs to be protected. We've got a bull gap there, so there is an RTH gap remaining. That'll need to be protected. So for today, on a Q, first order of business is going to be, do we protect, or really the main order of business is going to be, do we protect that bull gap? So this sort of 282 to 292 spot that I've used for a while, down to 264.5. The A period singles from yesterday, so single prints just mean those prices only traded during a single 30-minute period. You had that huge opening drive higher, and then consolidation and sort of in between these two weekly levels. Really, for the most part, the overnight low is like almost perfectly at that 264.5. I think it was a tick off, something like that. So that seems a little bit, I don't know, too easy, maybe. So for today, I would be looking to see if dips are protected. I mean, again, this kind of same range that they were overnight. Maybe we sweep out this low and reclaim, and that to me would be a long. I think if we're seeing persistent offers below 260, 270, 280s, then we're probably coming back to yesterday's open, and that's going to look terrible. But at the same time, again, ultimately, as long as this bull gap between Tuesday's high and Wednesday's low is protected, bulls can be okay. I think you want it broadly above 169 to 179, though, on NQ. And it seems like, I don't know. I mean, sellers clearly took the day off yesterday. The question for me is, like, did they just go ahead and cover ahead of Nvidia and just wait for that to come out, wait for volatility to get crushed, and now they're going to start leaning back in, buying some puts, things like that, some protection, even if not directional shorts. We'll see. So it seems kind of likely that maybe they take a shot. They're not just going to completely roll over, which is actually good, even if you're bullish, right? Because if they fail, then you just punish them mercilessly. So for ES, again, it's 69.31 to 35. It's basically where yesterday's low was. I think it was 29.5, something like that. We've got this little spot in the 42 to 43 range. Again, kind of that battle there from yesterday that was ultimately won by buyers that has been protecting that low. So certainly if we're offering these 40s, we're coming down to the 30s. And same type of thing, right? This bull gap needs to be protected. So that goes down to like 69.12. I think was Tuesday's high. We had a spike. And so the question is, was this spike initiative buyers driving this breakout, or was this a covering situation, again, ahead of Nvidia earnings? And so if you get these dips that broadly hold this 42, 43, I think that's fine. If we kind of peak below the overnight low, reclaim, I think that's fine as well. Broadly constructive, again, above this 69.31, is if this continues to hold, then I'm expecting to see 91 to 94, and probably like 70.14 to 70.16. The one thing on ES, which is like so funny because NQ is not even close to its all-time high, right? Like it's basically mid-range for this year, whereas ES is pretty close to the top, right? So 69.80 on SPX, which now translates to 69.84 roughly, the overnight, the after hours high, has been really, really tricky resistance this year. And that's a major extension. So I think, anything up in that range above, the overnight high, around the overnight high, or the after hours high, I'm sorry, you got to be a little bit careful, just tight leash on longs. But I generally do expect to see the 90s, sorry, dogs, if this 31 to 35 is protected. If it's lost, again, dips into, and I would say like 17 to 25 is kind of a yearly level and a major LVN on ES that I'm tracking. I didn't use it for this week or the last few weeks because I wanted to have more clarity. There was clarity and strength above 31 to 35. There was clarity and weakness below 6,900-ish. And so I didn't include that, but I think it's possible that if this was initiative buyers on the spike on Tuesday and then the continuation yesterday, then this gap should be defended, and that's probably roughly the spot where it'll be defended, 17 to 25-ish. If it's not, and then it would have to get back above 31 to 35, like for sure, right? So if it is not protected and we get back into Tuesday's range, and this carried forward for tomorrow as well, and same thing for NQ, I think new lows are coming. New low of the year, probably, at least this week's low. Because that would be just a horrendous failure. It would look terrible. All these breakout buyers would be completely bagged. But breakout buyers generally not the strongest of buyers, and I think that they will puke. So that's your risk if you're long. Broadly need 31 to 35 to hold on ES, and that 169 spot on NQ. Dips into the bull gap that are defended completely fine, and then we're looking for uppies. Just again, be careful. Right about yesterday's after hours high. That's where things get very tricky on both NQ and ES. So for me, it's a tight leash up top, looking to be constructive on dips into the lows if they are protected. And then just be very, very careful, I think, with the buy button if we start offering yesterday's low really on either index, see how that bull gap responds and make your decision from there. So importance of reacting instead of predicting. And that was a lesson from yesterday. And I've said this a lot of times, you can have a lean, you can think it's going to go a certain way. What you think doesn't mean anything. It's your ability to react and take good trades that matter the most. Good luck to everybody today and tomorrow. Finish out this week strong.
Solid advice there, Pharm. Thanks so much. Appreciate you. Have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend.
And interesting, Pharm really echoing, I think, what we heard Carley talk about being a little bit concerned about equities. She was advising really make sure you're hedging. And it's even dicier going into a long weekend. We talked a lot this morning about the headline risk. Shai really underscoring there's going to be a lot, and it's very conflicting coming out, especially on X around oil. So be careful around that. Be tactical. And again, if you missed Carley, rack it up later and go watch that segment again, talking about better than 50-50 chance that oil goes to $15 a barrel. That is a big call. Little further out. We're not talking about today, but you might want to be tactical and keep that in mind. She's also worried about the action in gold at this juncture, which has been a super popular trade. So another one to watch out for a little bit longer term again, but always good to have those sort of medium frameworks in mind as you're trading the day. Okay, up next, we've got Trade the Open with Jack and Nick for a tick. Hi, fellas. How's everybody doing today?
Doing great.
Good morning, Maggie.
I tell you, you got a really active chat joining you today. They've been on fire and they're looking at a lot of different stuff. But what's top of mind for you today, Jack? We just got some really good advice from Pharm.
I actually have an order to go short oil. So hearing that it's going to hit $15, maybe not be soon, but my order
Hell of a call.
Right above where we're about to trade. So 64.58. And then I got a limit in the YM. I'm going to be staying away from the NASDAQ in the first 30 minutes just because of the volatility related to obviously earnings and just kind of see where the dust settles there. I did take a trade in it last night, though, got about 60 points in the NQ. But as soon as we open here, I'm going to let the big boys whack it out before I decide to make a move. And that's why I've shifted to other markets right now for my limits in the morning.
Yeah, sometimes sideline's a good place to be while that happens. Nick, what about you? Are you gonna charge in there, or are you also a little bit cautious about NQ?
I'm somewhat cautious, especially looking at NQ post Nvidia earnings. I mean, Jack, I laugh that we're literally in the exact same spot that we've been in for like the last 4, 5, 6 Thursdays. It feels like you and I trading the open together. And I know Deli would probably have a laugh with us this morning too. It's just this spot we cannot seem to get away from, the mythical 25,420s, which is the area, kind of the top edge of this, at least like last month of balance we've kind of been in. So for me, like the one thing I'm going to be watching, sitting on my hands this morning, is do we get any sort of acceptance kind of above that 420 spot all the way up to basically the February open in NQ, kind of the 25,500s area would get me a signal that, hey, we're kind of going to make a potential move back to maybe making a new all-time high. And yes, I think the NASDAQ has kind of continued to lag, and I don't know if we're going to see that level of momentum, but the first step would be to see some level of acceptance,
I think Nick froze, but Jack, I could see you sort of with a bit of a pained look on your face.
Well,
He's
I
coming.
just
He's coming
I'm
back now, but
laughing.
you're laughing.
No, I'm laughing because Nick, like I was looking at the price because we've been talking about 25,420 for literally 4 Thursdays in a row. And I just looked at I was like, I'm not even realizing the high of the overnight session is 25,418. So I'm like, here we are again, going nowhere.
Here we are, Groundhog Day.
back.
I think Craig was saying earlier, Deli's calling it violently going nowhere, and the frustration is probably what led him to take a couple days off and hit an espresso, or somebody in the chat said a Mai Tai on the beach somewhere. Although I saw him in the chat, which he has a terrible habit of doing when he's supposed to be on R&R. But I think everybody feels your pain. But hey, guys, I'm gonna let you get to it. Everybody have a profitable day, and I'll see you again soon.
Thanks, Maggie. Nick, did
Well,
you
Jack,
limit to
here we are.
420? Yeah. No, dude, I can't. It's like the Matrix. I
We
can't
just-
believe it.
It's just, it never goes away from
I can't
us.
believe it.
But
Not again.
I think it's like a somewhat simple scenario, to be honest. Like, at least in the NASDAQ, like you kind of have I mean, the same damn pivot that we've talked about for weeks, but it is pretty decent here. Like if we get that build above this spot, I mean, yeah, you should not be trying to short this in the time being. You get acceptance plus a break of this month-long balance of pretty much all of February. Like you don't necessarily want to fade that, especially if tech and software gets off its ass and actually starts moving back up and some of the weakness that we've seen the last few weeks. So that's kind of what I'm going to be watching for this morning. Plus, I'm kind of terrified of metals with the weird halt yesterday and kind of what's going on there. So I don't know how much I want to play around in that playground today.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I will not be trading metals here this morning. It got enough going on in the indexes. Dow was my trade yesterday because the Nasdaq was just a straight up move, and so that was hard for me to get in. I bought the Dow dip yesterday, basically off the open. Bottomed around 10:30, first half an hour and rallied. Gave a really good opportunity for a pullback, and I'm kind of expecting the same. Now, my chart on the Dow, I was messing around in Ninja, and I actually turned off the extended session, so that's why it looks weird because the price is not moving. But my limit order where I'm looking is basically right back into what would be right around a gap fill. 49,537 is where I'm looking right now. But yeah, I mean, I'm bullish the NASDAQ, but I'm like, okay, that was some pretty big candles. I don't really know where I can limit the market without like facing 70 to 120.5 minute NQ candles. So I'm gonna wait for that to settle down.
Yeah, it's kind of that weird moment again in equities and in the NASDAQ where it's just like I could see us just completely reoffering here and us continuing to be in purgatory for a moment here. Like I know we saw like positive Nvidia earnings. I don't know who was saying they weren't going to beat given how many GPUs and CPUs continue just to be incinerated by every AI horse video going down a ski jump for the Olympics that I saw this weekend once again. So it's just like it was hard to believe that they weren't going to beat given the CapEx spend as well that we saw with kind of the rest of the Mag 7 too. So shocker, we got some level of a bullish move off that, but we'll see if it continues. Like, let's see if it just turns into another liquidation type Thursday off the open. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
I mean, yesterday was that first day of that daily breakout. And then, it seemed like they were front running Nvidia earnings, but I didn't think that the earnings were leaked by any means. It was just like kind of a technical breakout. Nvidia is almost always a beat. When's the last time they disappointed? I didn't even see what the numbers were, but I mean, I was talking with Chris on the close yesterday, and we were talking about Nvidia, and 203 was my target. We literally went straight up to 203 and just faded. So I do think if you are watching Nvidia, continue to pay attention to that 203 level. Really until we get some daily closes and strength above that. I think that thing could remain in a range. And just thinking about the overall market structure here, because we've been so back and forth, like I don't think we're going to get an explosive continuation breakout. I do think this breakout will be a back and fill, rise and retest kind of structure. It's not just going to be one of those take off and never look back. So don't feel the need to chase highs up here. I do think we're going to continuously get pullbacks, whether it be tomorrow or sometime next week. But yeah, we'll see here. My CL order has been front run by a few ticks, which makes me a little concerned when it comes up. I don't like to see the price stop before my order, because now I'm like, well, as soon as I get filled, I'm going to be getting filled into some stops getting hit.
It was funny. I have not really been paying attention to, I would say, the last couple of weeks, but I actually I like your idea of looking for a level to kind of get short in, given this little box up here. Am I lagging again? No, I think I'm
no,
okay.
you're not.
This little break of this balance from the overnight, kind of the 65.50 area, and then a liquidation since there. So yeah, I don't mind looking at potential shorts in
yesterday
crude.
I mentioned we took out yesterday was really, the great trade was, of course, shorting the overnight highs, but hindsight's 2020. But this got put on I was going over how I look at different markets and what makes me gravitate towards something. And yesterday on stream, I was like, oil is going to be on my short list tomorrow, but kind of already made a lot of the move. I don't think it's done here yet, but yesterday we took out a 3-day low and then just got that nice bid into it, and that rolled over pretty hard at the European session. But yeah, just looking to sell into that next pop. I definitely think with this momentum down, it should at least get, I'm gonna have multiple targets here, so at least get one push my way. Whether we get a new low on the day, to be determined, of course, but I definitely think if we can run up into resistance levels, that it's going to have at least some opportunity to move my way for a temporary trade at least. So yeah, that's that first day breakdown kind of thing. Silver also fallen hard back in here today, just kind of erasing the entire move it made yesterday, which was a 4% move. But I
was kind of not paying attention when you guys were trading the close yesterday. I had it on for part of it, but then it was just too much in my brain.
There's nothing going on. So
yeah, but I was more mentioning I think when I turned it off, it was shortly after I think the CME said they were gonna do the restart for metals. Did we ever get a clarification? Was it a technical error or something? I don't know if we talked about that earlier this morning. What actually happened?
Yeah, chat. Do you guys know? I don't know.
Was it an outage like that other time? Whatever. I think back in December we had the outage.
Don't know. Yeah. I mean, how about did you see that article related to Jane Street's lawsuit about Bitcoin manipulation?
Yeah, that was interesting. And I think everyone knows I'm not a digital corn guy, but
digital corn.
If anyone had read that was very, very interesting.
Technical issues.
Okay, Tracy says just a technical problem. Okay, fair enough.
I'm gonna have to talk to him.
Probably have life coders at the CME who don't know what they're doing. Wouldn't shock me just seeing that we've seen things come out of some of the anon tech forums where people have admitted to outages being caused by code or algos and not algos, AIs writing code and then deleting code that were not necessarily authorized to do so. So that was always hilarious. AWS engineers admitting that.
Where is Deli on vacation?
I think so. He's been out, I think, pretty much all week. So yeah. Let's see. Yes. ES is still absolutely in the same.
You're not on vacation. Other work details. All right. We're worried about you.
Fair enough.
Good morning. I didn't think Crudele took vacation, so that's why I was really surprised. I was like, just enjoys the grind. That's right, Jim. different flavor today. Staying away from the NQ temporarily, although I did like it overnight. I woke up at, I hate doing this, but I woke up at 2. I set an alarm for 2 a.m. because I went to bed with a position on, which I don't normally do. And I woke up at 2 a.m. and closed it. Which was 2 a.m. my time, so 3 a.m. New York, which was a decent close because we've basically gone nowhere since then. But yeah, related to Bitcoin, kind of back to that. So I don't know if you guys read that. I mean, there is accusations at Jane Street, and they've been accused of many different price manipulations, but that they have been actively selling Bitcoin at 10 o'clock. And I believe they're accumulating futures, selling them, and then cashing in on some of the derivatives. And they're also one of the market makers in IBIT. And the first sale, they got sued. And the first day after the lawsuit dropped was yesterday, and Bitcoin was up 7%. It was like that first time you really didn't have that aggressive sell, which was kind of interesting. So yesterday I mentioned that Bitcoin was on my watch list for longs, and that is going to remain to be true here today. I'm looking at 67,500 area, which is below the current low of the day. I have an alert down there. So if we do trade down here to 67,500, it'll be something I'm looking at. I use bracket orders to place stops and targets. When my trades go off, they're automatically bracketed with either one target or multiple targets and a stop in place.
Well, chat, good morning. How are you all doing? What am I looking at today? Well, as I can't stay away from equities, and I'm kind of terrified of metals currently, I'm more so just going to be watching the old NASDAQ in this exact location that we can't get away from. I said, I'm probably hands off the open and going to watch the reaction kind of in this 420s to 460s, maybe even up to 500s, like the month open up. I'll look for a reoffer, play the other side of this range until something changes. But yeah, if we get a good, decent momentum kind of build above that area, like there's no reason to want to short this because we're leaving a multi-week balance in the NASDAQ. And we've tested, Jack, we've tested your 24,400s 1, 2, and I think almost 3 times. And not much interest is selling below that.
Back to the highs we go. Looks like.
I mean, I don't mind it. I would have no problem with us heading back to an all-time high at this point. We've probed, it got rejected again. And that's just fine with me. I was, I think, on the camp pretty early that I thought the move, the demise of SAS was a little bit of an overreach in the current state of things. That some of those names, I think some of those names rightfully punished, but some I feel like the dip was meant to be bought, and eventually we'd see that return from the flight to safety, to back into the rotations of tech.
Yeah, I saw the many different like Wall Street houses, like they all have the SAS negative talk, articles, yada yada, and then it seemed like that. I don't know if you saw this. I think it was Citrini, the article coming out. It was like it's 2020. It was like a futuristic article. It's like it's 2028. The labor markets, unemployment's at 10%. Basically just predicting the future of AI shredding. It was a pretty widely spread article in finance Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And that seemed to mark the low.
Right. It usually does when things like that, the doom, the much trying to make it seem much worse than it actually is, like knee jerk kind of reaction. I think there's not there's not truth to that statement in some capacity. I think, there's going to be a relatively dramatic shift in that world, in employment in some of those sectors for tech and some of those roles. I think a lot of them are going to get eliminated, but I think it's a bit of a just overreaction. I think a lot of those companies can weather the storm and innovate and adapt. They probably were already thinking about this because we've seen so much advancement. It's the ones that have been sitting on their hands and kind of are stuck in their smaller niche that are going to be screwed.
Yeah. Do you think they're going to AI us? We're just going to look up one day and we're just going to have, digital Jack and Nick on NinjaTrader.
I mean, they probably could throw my sound clips into something and make me say whatever I want at this point, or whatever they want me to say at this point. So you ain't wrong. I'm sure that's what Deli's side project is that he's working on. He's working on the AI, so he doesn't need us anymore.
Sounds about right. He's like, I can replace him with robots. Yep. Yeah, I actually got a sound clip played to myself the other day, and I was like, who is that? And they're like, that's you, because I was singing in a high-pitched voice. So I didn't even recognize my own voice. I'm like, okay, this is good. Great. I don't even know what I sound like.
3 a.m. up in the morning.
Yeah, there it is.
Right there. Well, they've caught me too. Production on the back end, where it's like I hear something and the first thought is, when in the heck did I say that?
Yeah. I mean, when you're talking for 2 hours straight, they could clip a lot that you just don't remember. I mean, just.
Someone asked me a question that actually I can answer. Nick, how do we get those levels labeled like that on NT? If you want some of these automated market generated information levels on the weekly, which is pretty much most of these, we actually have a free indicator on Order Flow Labs that you can subscribe to. And this is part of the freemium edition. We have the weekly MGI built in there, and you can get access to those levels auto populating. And then if you want a similar setup to mine, this is just a rolling week by week volume profile build. And then I think I have a rolling 5 days here on the NASDAQ. So that's the easiest way to do it. But it just auto plots these value area highs, last week high, like stuff like that for me, just to take some of the guessing work out of it, so I don't have to think on my 1 hour chart here. But it's totally free, and we're releasing a few more things as far as we are not. Leo and the team at OFL is releasing, and we're working on more things to get out to you guys. And I'm even working on some stuff too to push out there in the space that's going to be 100% free. So
it's not just free, it is absolutely free.
It is.
And to somebody asking me about $15 oil, I have no idea. I'm literally a day trader. I have no idea. It may not. It's irrelevant to me. And I don't really take long-term opinions on things because it doesn't make me money. Opinions don't make me money. Execution does. So I don't even care to think about that. I don't care to be right. I don't care to be wrong. I don't care to let that take my mind space. I'm just shorting oil right now because we broke down below a 3-day balance and we're seeing continuation and momentum to the downside. That's as far as my thought process goes. Nothing further.
Yeah, it's always hard for me to pull away from sometimes a random macro view that pops into my head when I remember that, like, dude, I'm trading off a 500 volume NQ chart like 90% of the time. So the macro landscape does not matter in the next 3.5 minutes for me if there's no news about to be released sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, I think opinions that are outside, if you're an intraday day trader and you're taking and formulating opinions that are outside your time frame, it's not helpful because you're just creating an internal bias, whether you're a perma bear or a perma bull. And I've seen, traders that are both. I've felt times where I've felt both. COVID lows. I'm like, the whole world's shut down. This market's going lower. But price is the only thing that matters. And if you hold on to your opinions instead of like fluidly letting the market tell you what direction it likes to go, what the path of resistance the market has, it is irrelevant to your opinion. So, I mean, really the only long-term opinion that I have is as long as the world goes round, the market will go up. But that's just a general thesis when people ask me about investing, because, being a trader, I'm sure many of you guys know, Nick, you probably get it all the time. People they're like, oh, dude, what should I buy? Like, what, I'm like, what? Like, that's not really my style. Buy the S&P 500. I'm an intraday day trader. It's not like, occasionally I have a stock I like, but, and everybody's always asking me, but I'm not out here giving stock advice, because it's not, it's also just a thankless thing to do. If you're wrong, you kind of look bad and to anybody who's close to you that you told about that. And if you're right, you get a pat on the back and you're not getting paid for it. So really no upside.
Nick, if NQ breaks out again today, where do you see it? Where do you see it go? I'm thinking going. I kind of said this, but I would expect us, if we were to leave this like multi-week balance here, the first place is obviously up here towards like the January value area low and the month open for February, kind of this like 520s to 540s. And I mean, by breaking out, you'd want to see a pretty big momentum push above 420s and actually clearing 460s, which has been resistance for the last couple weeks. But basically leaving this distribution, and if we get above that 550, that month open kind of area, you'd see acceptance back into this like 570 to 26K range that we were kind of in for majority of January. So that's kind of that next, I would say, distribution to the upside on the longer time frame that I'd be watching for if we see acceptance above that like 420s to 460s spot. So be watching that momentum off there, or a reoffer liquidation push lower off the open, kind of just, sell the Nvidia positivity and return to the ultimate purgatory that we continue to be in for equities.
I feel like I'm getting trolled at this point.
Yeah, it's just the algos are
Can we get like
us.
is there like a Kelshi bet that like next Thursday we're going to be trading 420 from one side or the other? Like,
I don't even think we need Kelshi. Just start selling spreads, iron condors.
Iron condor this? Like, what's
we just need to become theta guys, Jack.
Butterfly? Like, what's the strategy?
In 2027, you heard it here first. I'm going to become a theta guy. Like, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to harvest premium, because this is apparently the new norm. We'll sit in ranges for 3 months at a time.
It's looking like I'm going to miss this CL fill. I was three
Big
ticks
theta
away.
guy coming.
3 ticks away. Maybe get a fill later in the day. I'm not going to pull that order yet until I have.
What's Crude doing? 64s.
Thank you for the bless you. Yes, it seems like I'm allergic to this 420 level.
God bless you.
Thank you. I don't think that's one of our streamers.
No, that one's not me.
Unless that's Salma.
We got
ripping
3 minutes till the open.
I tell you what, the open goes by a lot faster than the close, but it's the same amount of time.
I feel like trade the close like flies by, but it's like the dog days where it's just like, oh my God. We've only been doing this for 30 minutes.
Yesterday it did not. Yesterday was the first time I think I've been on stream and not either had a position coming in or taken one during. That's how slow it was. That's what Salma was joking about. But I had a limit that came like 3 ticks away in the Russell, but that was as close as I got to taking a trade for 2 hours yesterday. Coming back in. All right, just my levels here in the indexes are going to be 25,290s in the NQ, and then below that 25,230. Just to give you guys some levels, 69.45 half for the S&P, and then 69.33.75. Now I don't have those those markets on my screen right now, but I just wanted to let you guys know, and I'll mention if we can get back down to there. But that first level, 69.45 half and 25,290 is going to be near the overnight low, be a hold of the overnight low support. But anything through that, I would think to be about a fake out. You got yesterday's midpoints, which is just the middle of the entire range for the 24-hour session at 25,244 for the NASDAQ and 69.38 for the ES. So that's what I got here as we move into the open. in a couple minutes. What's your criteria to move your stop loss after placing your order? Honestly, I don't spend a whole lot of time moving stop losses. If I have multiple targets, I usually move my stop loss to break even after target 2. But otherwise, moving stop losses, I don't move them down. And if I'm moving my stop loss down, I'm breaking my rules. But if I'm moving them up, it's typically either one, I'm leaving the desk. If I'm sitting at my desk and I'm manually trading, I will just honestly close out the position most of the time before I let it hit my stop. Unless it just goes straight to my stop. I'll move up my stop after 25 minutes of the market going my direction. I start really trailing a little tighter.
We are open, folks. Good luck. Trade safe.
Here we go. Oh, they're gonna mute my noises.
If we liquidate without even giving me the chance to short this over 420 or around 420, I'm going to be upset.
They brought it right to 418. 418 is a high.
Remember that other time it was like 419 and
before that actually is crazy. Like you pointed that out first, and I've noticed it every day since.
It's like weird, and the only thing I can think of is like there's some immature trade desk guys that have programmed an algorithm to sell or buy that every 1,000 points.
Just to troll. All right, here's that instantly down to that 25,290 level I mentioned. Little violent for me to want to buy. Like I said, I'm not going to be trading the NQ just because I don't know if it's going to work or not, but we're looking at a 57-point move here in the first few seconds. So if we go to that lower level, it's 25,230s.
But so far, that first scenario we were talking about when I was coming on is just like, hey, no acceptance, kind of above all of this at 450s or 420s to 460s. So that would be the level. Otherwise, yeah, we're just going to make the rotation probably back to value in this range, which is probably back towards 25K again. So we'll see.
So somebody questioned, you just look up on YouTube probably how to set a multi-bracket order. I'm sure NinjaTrader has a video on that, but it's called the multi-bracket order, I believe is the official name for it. But it's just a bracket order with multiple targets. And getting a decent bid off 290 here.
Mm-hmm. Which also is going to drive me nuts because it's like, okay, take out the overnight low at least. And then do that.
There's the trade you wanted.
It's like that stupid structure stuff that it's like I stand back from trades sometimes because it's like you're waiting for that. And if we take off, it's like, all right, yeah, I'll just sit on my hands. Fine.
Yeah, it's just such extreme fall. I mean, the only way I actually took that level overnight already, so I'm like feeling a little comfortable where I am. Not rushing this open. I can't tell you how many times I'll buy a level like that and it just crushes me in the first 5 minutes, and that's the worst place starting my day is just getting crushed off like an opening trade. At ATM is at ATM stand for at the market, or like don't say anything else, but
I thought that's what it was, but
ATM also could, ATM machine, right? That's the ATM machine. Keeps me consistent. Having multiple bracket, like sometimes I'll be all in, all out, but I've recently done some things to just a little more consistent in when you have multiple targets, you can be more consistent. Automated trade management. We got a couple things. At the money, auction market theory. Everybody's got their own guesses here. Sounds like they picked a confusing
that's an interesting acronym.
Everybody's using. Let's make people guess here. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I know it is at the money too. So I know it is a few things. Auction market theory. My goodness. All right. Well, thanks, Ninja. Thanks for making it clear.
Jim, well, if anyone knows, it's Jim. So Jim says automated trade management. So that
I'm
makes
going
more
to take
sense.
his bet. Yep. Automated trade management. So automated trade management is when you're going to see if I have multiple contracts, you're going to see automated trade management going off. Context is always everything.
But God, just a nice little liquidation here. Just short 420s in the pre-market apparently is a trade that's going to continue to work.
Yeah. I mean, the gravy train, Nick. That's your specialty.
It was, I can't complain because I literally think 4 out of 5 days, like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, whenever it was, I had taken long shorts, like held long shorts off of that spot, like every day in a week. And then one day was like the actual 2% down day from that spot. But we're in purgatory. Apparently we're not allowed to leave.
All right. Gonna make it down 69.45 half is my level here in the ES. I'm debating and if I want to stick up, and then 25,231 in the NQ. I might flip over and trade those markets. We shall see. We shall see. If we start getting down towards those levels, I might, I don't know, little conflicted here what I want to do depending on what trades first. I'd like to see us trade to like past, I actually would prefer my entry in the indexes to be past 955. So we'll just have to see when we're where we are then.
My candles are painting weird, so I'm trying to reload my data. Because one of my candles don't like paint the neutral bars gray. I'm like, okay, what's going on here? That looks better. Maybe it worked. Maybe it didn't. We're just stair-stepping down here, folks. Classic Thursday liquidation with Nick and Jack.
There is 231 there in the NQ. This is my lower level of support along with the 69.45. We'll see if we bounce here.
Yeah, 200s would be that like floor that I'm watching, I guess, and otherwise we're probably going to rotate back towards the 140s to 110s.
Okay, we're
the week open still down there at 25,040. It's not a stair step, it's a water stream. Fair enough. I'm trying to buy this here though.
Yeah, I snagged it for a bounce here, and we're also at the midpoint of the prior day as well.
Wow, it just
I
took
think if
off
we
without
go
me.
deeper 185, let's see here. I did it. I did it. I caved. I bought it.
Yeah, I might too.
I was like, I'm gonna wait, and then I'm like, oh, this is the level I want.
Oh, that was okay. Well, not a terrible fill. I thought I was gonna get 45s. Whatevs. I'm long too. I like this buying down here in the 40s.
Let's see us trade back up to the open. Honestly, if this is good, I mean, my targets, if we somehow turn around, who knows? I realistically should give this trade 25 minutes and just see where we are and manage it from there, because my target on this trade actually would be up at 25,500s.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I'm gonna gauge, like, if we reject off 300 violently, or even here like 280s, like the trade's probably dead. We're gonna make a new low, but if we push above that, yeah, I think this might be off to the races.
Yeah. So
exactly.
I'm gonna.
Here it comes. Let's see the 300 test.
I mean, so the levels I gave you guys here this morning: ES 69.45 half. We traded 44s, and then 25,230. So that's two good reactions so far off these levels. So instead of trying to like pull out for a quick pop, I'm gonna see where we are come 10 o'clock, 10:05. And if we're starting to look like we're getting back above that open, then I'm going to think that buy is pretty secure. So I'm basically giving up the immediate guaranteed win for a potential bigger move. And of course, it's trading, so I could be wrong. That
was literally that's the reaction I didn't want to see.
Yeah, no, for sure.
300s just right before that. So let's see if buyers can reload here and refresh the bid.
I'm sorry your dog died. But better days are coming, as what's that guy's name? That singer? Dermont. Better days are coming. Don't clip that. I'm gonna stop singing.
Yeah, that's not a high probability strategy is to keep singing on the air.
Yeah,
they're gonna clip that, man.
This is gonna go lower, isn't it?
Yeah. We'll see. I
like
the
play some defense.
I got 50 points at risk here, so Dermot Kennedy, that's his name.
There we go.
Yep. I want to see the QQQs back above 616 here. That's quite a bit of ways away from us, but I think my CL order is out of commission.
Can we push back above 280s, please? Come on. Come on. Somebody is sitting on the offer here. There we go. I was like, can we push through that guy?
All right. Give me. You know what? Give me the greedy pig target I want. Give me a hold all day.
Whoever this 290 guy is, can he like go away?
He's gonna leave. He's gonna leave.
I'm not happy that he was right back there ready to offer this again. Oh no. Come on. All right. Well, I don't like that guy. Him and I are not gonna be friends because I'm about to get stopped out on this.
I'm not going to be doing any more singing or taking any requests. This is not a karaoke session. You can catch me in Chinatown if you want to see that.
Nope. Oh my, how rude, dude. And I'm out. Well, the T90 guy still there the second time was my signal to get the hell out, I guess. Let's see if we Go probe 200. Womp womp. That looked good on the second attempt there for a second.
I think there's a lot riding on this level holding. ES at the midpoint, 69.38. The midpoint of the prior day. And then 33.75 is realistically what I have below. 25,185 would be the next thing I have below this in the NASDAQ if we lose it. But that is not a good look to lose.
Nope. They just couldn't let me have it. I would have happily exited just slightly higher if it rejected actually at the OR mid or like 310s. It's probably going to do it now, though. It's going to fail to make a new low, and then it's going to absolutely just rip to 420s, isn't it?
Yeah, the Russell's been, yesterday was the same thing, gap up in the Russell and then drop back down. I'm really not surprised by that Russell move here. The Russell is extremely whippy and like, I mean, I almost think it's, somebody pushes that around, but the Russell's first 15 minutes can be very violent because it doesn't take a whole lot of money to move that market. One big person can really push the Russell around.
Are you saying, Jack, there was once a time in your trading career that you were 25% of the Russell volume yourself?
Yeah, no, not quite yet. No, I would be scared to be that much of the volume. I'd be like, this is not good. I am going to need some exit liquidity.
I've heard Pax and other people say it. Like there were people like that in the pits that were like a large percentage of volume on any given day, which is just crazy.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, people were scared of them. You could look them in the eyes and see how much they were sweating, how bad their position was. Kind of funny.
Oh, there's a new low in the NASDAQ at the very least. Are you still in, Jack?
Yeah, let's see. There is a new low. No hard continuation though.
Yeah.
I think 945, 955 are always like, if I'm at a support level, I'm kind of like, I like those time frames. They just seem to be reversal time frames. Once that 945, the first 15 minutes, you can really go one way or the other. So I always tell myself at 945, if you're at your support level, look for it. Look for the trade, but
230s.
Not out of the woodwork. We got to see what we got that PPI tomorrow.
Nick, what time frame is my chart? This is a 500 volume NQ chart. I would not mind getting back in if I get a potential chance at like 235.
I might get on.
See, yeah, Delhi was 10% of the volume in the ES pit, apparently.
Well,
that's crazy.
I'm going to bid 34s in this ES. I'm going to get rid of this CL level or the CL trade. Actually going to.
Have I always used that volume? Jacob, I'd probably have used it for at least like the last year and a half, 2 years, 500 volume. I think I used to be on 750. But I also used a 1 minute NQ chart like XY does for a long time too. But I think I found a good happy medium from what Leo calls God mode at 250 volume and 750. I kind of like 500. To me, it feels more, I guess, natural to the way I like to read things. But I do have another trading buddy. I don't know if Dio's in the chat, but Dio trades off a 150, and now I feel like I'm a crazy person. That seems insane to me.
All right, got long the ES there.
I seeing if we're going to probe another new low or if we continue to absorb here. The 200s, I kind of want to gauge your reaction.
Yeah, we're either going to get absolutely crushed or I'm either going to get double whammied here or have a smile on my face at the end of the day.
Dio. I love you, buddy. Yeah, I'm going to kind of watch to see if we find some absorption here in the 200s, which is like the yesterday's 30-second OR high in NQ, kind of in this spot. So far, given Nvidia earnings yesterday and the gap up in the after hours, this is not inspiring a lot of confidence in my bullish thesis of us building above 420s.
I should take a look at that Nvidia chart and see
oh, geez.
What levels
it
I
fell
like.
off. God, we're at it's trading 190s. 189, excuse me.
Yeah. I'm just trying to see if there's 189. Actually, the low of the day in Nvidia is the 50% retracement from the other. What day is that? It's like the check levels there from the low of the 17th of February.
What did you guys long there? I mean, I think Jack had a predetermined level. I saw buying step in like right around there. And I think you could see it on my chart too. You saw like an exhaustion print kind of into the 220s, and then you see my candles turning blue here. You see that positive delta start to come into at an extreme, and we got that move up and it got rejected twice. So there were definitely buyers stepping in there in those 240s. It just has not been rewarded, and it got rejected before we could get a build above 300s. So the buy made sense. We just did not see follow through from the bulls on that. At least not yet.
Yeah, the next level I would have is 25,185 in the NQ, and so far we cannot take out a swing high to the upside. So need to see us. I want to see us back over 25,300 really to start making me feel comfortable in my NQ position. The ES is fine. So I had two separate levels, which I mentioned for both markets. I bid the more aggressive one in the NQ. I didn't want to bid both the aggressive one in the NQ and the ES because that might as well just double my position size. It's just correlated risk at the same price level. So I waited for the lower level in the ES, and I've chose the more aggressive level in the NQ. Just kind of give them one shot to work each, and then I'll give myself two stop outs, and then I'm like two stop outs in the same market, and then I'm like, okay, I'm reading this wrong. So just a support level, and then gauging on the reaction. Now I'm not getting, initially there was a decent reaction, but I'm, 15 minutes into this trade right now in the NASDAQ and very close to my stop being hit. So if we do start moving towards my way, I probably would not be looking for that aggressive of a target, but the next level I have below this is 25,185. And if I do get stopped out on this, even though that's about a 10-point differential between my current stop and the next support level I have, I'll probably take it. And if we crack that, then I think this market is just got something else going on here today.
Buyers got to step in here. Otherwise, going to get another 40, 50 point flush.
I don't know. Am I a counter trend trader? I guess it depends on the time of the day. I'm a trend trader when I make profit, and I'm a counter trend trader when I get stopped out. That's usually how I see it.
Yeah, Nvidia just continuing to kind of get torched here, continuing to make new lows in RTH. But somebody came in there with some size at 200.
Nvidia's basically back to where it was yesterday, or not yesterday, Tuesday. We were low of Tuesday was 187. We're 189 right now. So if we hold that low of Tuesday, I think this is going to turn around for me. And then just probably jam back up. Nothing too crazy. I don't see anything. I think it's going to be continuously hard to get above the 195 level. Excuse my annoying noise while I set my kitchen timer that provides for my family. All right, that 25,185.
Oh, you jerks.
All right, 33.75. Mentioned that earlier in the ES. Low of the day, 33.75. Now 25,185 was my level in the NQ, but I front ran that by a few points. I front ran it by 5. I mean, so I'm long 91.5 here in NQs. And because I got stopped out on that first trade, I will not hold this longer than 25 minutes. So 25 minutes, or if I get a miraculous bid of 150 points, which is always possible, but
I hesitated for a half second there at 200s and it was gone. Such is life. Jack, what brand of kitchen timer is the most profitable for you?
What brand? I'm going to go with Martha Stewart because it actually feeds me inside information as well. So,
ooh,
it's the Martha Stewart Snoop Dogg combo, the collab on the kitchen timer. No, I don't even know if this has a brand. The white one. I got red ones too. My red one is my emergency. I actually don't know where that one is. It's my emergency one. It's like if I get stopped out a couple times, it's like my go chill. Give me something to be proud of. Need to get back above confidently what I would like to see that would make me believe that we can move back higher as a move back up. And I mean, even if you pop up to 25,300, like at this point, like if you didn't buy the pullback, like you can comfortably wait for price structure to break to the upside. I am, this is my second shot in the NQ. And if I were to get stopped out, I would not do any more of what I'm doing, which is basically level trading. I would need a confirmation of trend. There's only so much level trading you can do before you just realize you're on the wrong side of it. And that number for me is 2.
Yeah, we are just kind of being walked down here.
Just because we're dumping now doesn't mean we're going to dump all day. I mean, how long? I mean, there's many times, in my opinion, you know, the higher time frame trend is up. We've said, you know, 30 minutes of selling. Can that continue? Absolutely. But I think there's a better chance that the next move of 300 points is to the upside, not to the downside. Well, Mr. Market, feel free to short yourself into the lows here. I will trade my account and you can trade yours.
I mean, I would agree if we lose this spot here at 200s that, yeah, this turns into trying to catch the knife. But otherwise, you're kind of just, you're playing off yesterday's breakout off the open right here. But like cleaning up all the poor structure from yesterday kind of makes sense with this liquidation. But if we lose this, you pretty much unwind the whole bullish move from majority of this week. Oh, there's somebody.
That's why there's a market.
There's somebody sitting on the bid right here.
If you think it's a knife, a falling knife, then just market or to sell.
Somebody was trying to sit there.
My rule is if I get stopped out twice, I just, then I wait, but that's fine.
Yeah, Carlos, I have that area too. Kind of that 140s is an interesting spot as well. Last week's high, basically. But I mean, who knows? This could be one of those moves that, you know, instead of me just jumping on the short train early, I just continue to try to catch it. It turns into a day that I pretty much don't do anything because I just clearly was having the wrong read all day. It's happened before. And you guys know me, I love to short this market for some reason.
And there is the prior day open.
So far, bouncing right off 133s. I think somebody said that's like a 50% retracement from something. I didn't see what it was. But that 140 spot was the area I was watching. And for the most part, we are holding that level. I mean, how many trend days to the downside Thursdays have we had recently, Jack?
Not many trend rates down.
I know it's like
I don't think this will finish in a trend day personally, but
no.
at this point, I want to see us break back above 25,240-ish to re-engage any NQ long. I still actually think that the ES I think that could very well, end up back near highs of the range before the day is over. But I need some confirmation at this point.
CL getting a nice move up there, Jack.
Yeah. I canceled that short. That's what I was afraid of. We came like 4 ticks away from where I wanted to get short, and then I was like, man, if that kind of moves back up, we're gonna stop that level. But I still would be interested in a short above it. That's a pretty hard reversal though out of that low. Want to see where it settles up here once this leg continues higher.
I'm gonna watch, see if we get any sort of rejection here. My candle's not painting right. It's driving me nuts. We also haven't had like a good, outside of the rejection at 290s, there hasn't been a decent pop for me to feel confident in getting a reoffer. Kind of just had to get on the train. Like even now, like Jack was saying, a push back up towards 240s, I wouldn't mind watching for a potential reoffer to get on the party. Otherwise, yeah, acceptance above that probably gives you the confidence to enter along.
Let's see.
I didn't even see bonds, Craig. Let me look.
War. Yep. Wow. I got targets at 117.31 in ZB.
Yeah, it definitely seems like
It moves so slow though. It's so slow.
you're seeing more, yeah, that the Pentagon stuff with wanting like that AI contract with like Anthropic and stuff that they're going through and trying to negotiate is also interesting for some of this geopolitical war headline stuff too. Otherwise, yeah, this is just turning into the slowest liquidation. Just a slow stair step down. No, like
25,215 is going to be my resistance level above us here in the NQ.
let me jump in long here. Watching this 65 guy. Nope, he's still on the offer there. No long for me. If you've ever wanted to like see some like what reloading and things kind of look like on the offer here, like this guy that's sitting at 64.75s, 164.50s too. This is a good example of it if you're watching a DOM right now of somebody just refreshing the offer. Another 54 sitting there. Like this would be a moment if you're trying to learn how to read the DOM like XY does. That's a good moment right there for to go back and replay and watch, because that was pretty textbook of something to visualize of what's happening on the tape. Yeah, guys, I'd say, okay, what time was that? Like just shortly after 9. You can see there's a guy sitting at like 165, just kind of refreshing on the offer. So you wanted to go replay and you wanted to actually see some like an example. That's a just good thing to write down to go check out again. Let's see if he's still here or if he has exited the building. Yeah, Paul, I agree. This is just kind of a very orderly stair step kind of move down. There hasn't been like that violent liquidation type candle where we plummet like 100 points in 30 seconds kind of thing. All right, well, 65 guy got, I guess, all he had to offer, and now we're pushing back up. There's about 600 on the offer field there over time. There's actually 750 still going.
Moving my my ES exit down just because of the price action right now. 42s. See if we can get it, tighten my stop up there. I'm actually going to be placing an order to get short here, 25,215s in the NQs, depending on where we close this bar.
Ashley, I don't think it would look any different on the DOM and Sim. I guess that's a question I don't know exactly how to answer. I assume like that shouldn't look really different if you have level 2 data and you're able to see like the full depth of market. I don't know why replay would look any different in Sim in theory, because it is still just like some aspect of a replay function. I don't know. Good question. I don't know why it would. But we're still moving down. Ooh, there's a nice little stop run there. Oh.
Yeah, we're getting.
Okay, so there's finally that like violent move that we hadn't seen this whole time. Breaking previous day low and last week high. Finally got that nice little flush versus this kind of just walking us down the whole time. Now, next place I'm watching.
Yeah, I am. Let's see. I'll try to place a short here, but we moved lower, so my short is going to move lower. At what point do we become
nasty sell-off? I guess the real
420s, Nick.
The real 420 guy was the bear we met along the way, clearly. Like that just I don't know what else to say, guys. It's been that long. And apparently we lost me for a second, so sorry about that. I should be back now. It looks like Jack and I randomly are both having some internet
Yeah.
connectivity
Right?
issues.
I'm like, I don't know.
beforehand.
I've never had an issue before, but
I'm hardwired in a mesh, but I usually don't have issues. So that's annoying. Once again, I still need to do the low voltage Ethernet wiring through this house, but it's just another project. All the projects get spaced out when you have a baby that takes priority and needs things constantly. You're like, yeah, maybe I don't need to do this extra little $2,000 project here and there.
you got to build the baby crib.
I mean, that's where the next project is moving her upstairs out of the nursery into
got
her
her in
own
the
room.
basement.
She's in a nursery that's downstairs, like next to the living room, and it works for a nursery because it's closer to the master bedroom.
Yeah.
But now it's like she hears like a hawk. So it's just not going to work anymore. She's waking up from naps as you're moving through the house. So it's like, it's time.
I feel you. All right. We keep moving lower. I am in the short camp now. You know, like I said, I'll take 2 stops and then I stop trading that direction. That's just my style. But yeah, clearly I'm just looking for a pop to sell. I can't even get one.
Exactly. We're going to the week open. Like there it is. But this is, I mean, we've had these. Like these are those slower trend days that I have trouble jumping into. Because like we said, and like Jack was just saying, like there wasn't like a good pop outside of that 290s push that we really could have felt comfortable thinking that this was going to turn into some aspect of a violent move down on a trend, not even on a trend day, but just in general. Like there really was not a 150 point move back to the upside that I could feel comfortable kind of jumping in as a reoffer. You just had to short VWAP basically from RTH. Tough read unless you got in early. I guess it's just headlines got worse and worse. Nvidia kept moving lower. I mean, I guess there were some signs here. Joe, no, they double beat.
Beat.
Sell the news kind of, or sell the reaction kind of thing, which once again, you had that move up in the after hours and a push up in the pre-market to 420s that was violently sold. So there we go again. But losing the week open here, not exactly the most bullish sign.
Is.
Yeah, we did. Okay, I'm just happy we did finally get, like, this was the liquidation type violence that you wanted to see because we moved away from the orderly quiet selling that kept baiting me into trying to jump in long to, okay, now I need to look for a reoffer or spot to jump in because now we're actually moving.
Yeah.
And I think another pop is probably going to get sold.
When I was buying, it was still like valid potential longs, and now clearly like different story. But we bounced off that first level I had, and it seems like once we've lost this, it's everybody on the same side, and I am looking for shorts, but need that reoffer.
Oh, the long talk from both of you this morning, and then it dumps. How does it feel to broadcast the opposite? Well, I think I gave that scenario of saying like, hey, if we don't get the bullish move and acceptance above the 420s to 460s, I could see us rotating to the complete other side of balance that we've been in. I looked for longs early because, hey, we were stabilizing there. And that trade for both of us, Jack, I think went about 50 points in our favor.
It did. Yeah, it wasn't a bad trade. Just hoping for more, but not it's trading. Like I said, if you want to go short it. Who cares what I'm doing? It's a market, baby.
Yeah, that's the exact market. But I mean, Pharm gave a similar scenario. Like that's just how you got to read this. Like you're heading to the top of balance for the last month. We tested it. We poked above in the after hours. It got sold. We tested it again in the pre-market and it got violently sold now. So
yeah, this is violent selling.
That's how you look at this. And I said this, like if you can't get the build above this, we probably rotate back down to the other side of this balance, which realistically is still lower down here, kind of to the 24,800s before I'd say, okay, now I can see buyers stepping back in. If not, we're going back to Jack's 24,400s that he was ready to buy with both hands like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, no, I'd love to see that trade during the regular trading hours session. We got it in the overnight, but that very well could be where we're going. I mean, this is I got an order short in the NQ, but these last two bars are just skipping rocks. I mean, you got 110-point bar at 10:10, and you're looking at 104 right now with the bar still 1 minute till close. So 200 points in the last 10 minutes to the downside here.
I think if you're not seeing some of Craig's comments in the chat too, I think you're also getting just the perfect storm of, this I guess post Nvidia sell-off reaction, little weakness in tech, coupled with, I think, not necessarily escalation, but you're seeing some geopolitical headlines start to fly around too, which is probably not inspiring a lot of confidence in the risk on mentality. Like the Dow is still holding up better than anybody else. So shocker, there's your rotation.
All right, let's see here if we can get some. I mean, my goodness. I'm going to look at short and 69.11s here for the ES.
Apple butter, that's how it feels. Like these little 30-point pops, apparently all they're going to give me to try to jump in short. Which is for me, I mean, I don't have the cojones to jump in, at the week view up here, like this little retest, not even back to the week open, like nothing to really give me a confident entry that I can run with a tight stop. Like the risk to the upside, even now, like I could see this rotating back to what, Jack, the 140s? Like if you got a good pop before I'd feel confident maybe getting back in there as a reoffer.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the most aggressive my offer is like, I'm like realizing like that the further we go, I'm going to have to be more aggressive if I want to get in this right now. I'd be honestly looking at a 25,000, like 30-ish offer if I wanted to get short. I don't think it's going to be much more than that. I'm going to look at 69.05s, 69.04 right now in the ES. But with this, I mean, I think this will be like I don't know actually what the profile will look like, but we are just single printing in a sense that this 30-minute down bar is probably not going to get retested. We're going to form an entire new value area below. So I would just look at this 10 o'clock bar and like really just look at the market from retracements, everything past once that 10:30 bar closes, because we're probably, if this is truly the breakdown that it's looking like, we're not going to get back above this bar the rest of the day. It's just going to continue below it. So I'm going to have to start like my sale order processes and, measurements from it for anticipated resistances really below the 10:30 close of this bar, because this is a skip bar, skipping price, and probably finding value much further below. But we just keep, I'm canceling these, or I can't even get in. I'm trying to get a pop, but
it just, we've liquidated 500 points basically in the last hour, 2 hours, not 2 hours. Yeah. Hour and a half.
Yeah.
So
I'm reducing my risk here, or my positioning size as well, just because of the volatility, and increasing my stops. So just place an order here in the ES. See if we even get that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I hope somebody doesn't know something that we don't know, kind of thing, related to potential news events. But I think this is more than just a double beat in Nvidia going on right here. That is a failed breakout back to the bottom of the range here, and we'll see if we end up going through.
it's funny. Software is like bid today.
Oh, really?
Yeah. CrowdStrike, Mongo, Snowflake, Datadog, Sentinel One, like everything's up like 4, 5, 6%.
That's crazy.
Even, I mean, Salesforce up 2%. It's the Mag 7 because Apple, Amazon, Nvidia, Tesla, Google, Meta, all red.
Okay. We're at the halfway back long from last week's low here in the NQ, but it is not. If we confirmed back above these levels here, like if we traded back above like 69.15 in the ES, I'd consider a potential low. But I'm gonna take this next aggressive pop here. Like I'm gonna get in here with some pretty aggressive limits, just because this last move down was. This will be like ideally in the best scenario, you get like a mini shallow pullback, maybe back into that prior day low in the NASDAQ 2520, which is right around 25,000. And then just a one quick touch, and really just the rest of the day is down. We haven't even gotten that one pullback yet. We're an hour into the day.
That's what's just a bummer to me. Like, they're really, I guess, like as close as we got to kind of the 5-minute mid off the open, like just there was nothing to say, hey, this is a good place for you to enter short and expecting some aspect of a move down to the week open at the very least. Like I didn't have that on my bingo card. Given,
yeah. Well, that's the market. I mean,
that's just tough.
You just got to, yeah. Well, I mean, that we were touching highs of the overnight session in the NASDAQ at 8:45.
Yeah.
So it wasn't even like, it's a little easier to get short if we're kind of basing lower, we're taking out swing lows, but we didn't have any swing lows taken out basically till 5 minutes before the open.
Mm-hmm.
And then we took out the swing low at 8:05, but everything before that was higher highs, higher lows, and just immediate crack market order sell across the board into the open. And the first trade I took was a long and bounced 50 points. And then, of course, the opposing trade was there, and that was the trade to take. But hindsight's 2020 on that move. And this last move down, I mean, we just skipped lower 250 points in 15 minutes.
It really was. I mean, I said it, but it's like my read was still very much the long side. It was that second attempt, and that 290 guy on the offer at NQ was still sitting right there. And it was like, that was, I guess, my cue of like, hey, there's clearly an aggressive seller still sitting. This trade's probably dead. I thought I might get stopped out on that. We did. And from there, it kept going, just drifting downwards. So it's like there were signs. It's just, once again, not the confidence entry in a short that I usually am trying to find for this type of move. But I don't know. I personally, I guess, just was sitting there thinking the 420s, there's no way it holds again. And we were offer again off that. There's no way. There's no way that's going to work again. Of course it does. Anyone catch this? Anyone short from the 290s? I guess it's just I was living up to my name, and us not pushing at least into the 300s kind of kept me looking long, because I didn't see a very clear rejection at that spot. We were doing it just a touch lower.
Yeah.
Simplexity short from 370. Nice.
Nice. I mean, I think we should have known, Nick, that we were getting at 420, that we were going to get some hot tea coming our way.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that'll be we actually have some, I mean, every day at least we've traded those 420s. We've had some pretty wild days, but yeah, I mean, I really on the daily time frame, I mean, I got nothing till like 24,670s here, which is, just back to the bottom of the range we consolidated on yesterday. Failed breakout, big old green fat candle to the upside, only to be immediately wiped out. I don't even know what word I'm looking for anymore.
What's funny is just because I was writing stuff yesterday. I think if you guys know, like I never finished my full like playbook write up for painting the tape as far as like the way I trade and stuff. So I've been finishing that and going to push out some more content for free for everybody as far as things that I use and just my way of looking at the markets. And I was writing something about like voids, like LVNs that are more like voids in volume yesterday. And this scenario is kind of exactly what I was writing about, which is like that poor structure that happens sometimes in bullish moves that just gets left behind. And if those buyers leave the building, like step to the side, suddenly you get this type of liquidation is basically what I was trying to articulate via writing. So good to see it play out like 24 hours after I wrote something, which is actually kind of cool. So yeah, that'll be out of here soon for everybody to take a look at. I did. Jacob, I did create this market. This is my fault.
The power. What is the why I'm doing? I should have just stuck with my original plan. Stay away from the NASDAQ.
I mean, I did hear you say that.
I don't know why I decided to not listen to myself. But
you were talking about trading.
That's
trading crude, which is still just, I mean, same thing. I think the more I keep seeing Craig talk about the geopolitical stuff, the move now makes more and more sense.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's like that I mean, Iran, something related to Iran hit the tape at 9:45 and crude rallied basically $1.50 and the indexes got hammered.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and that's kind of when we made that next stair step move down below 200s in the NQ. So yeah, coinciding right around the same time.
Yeah, so I mean, I would like that, lingering headline to kind of go away, but you got to remember that until it does, it's there. Until it does, it's there. So, we'll see if I get filled on some shorts here now.
Let's see if we can. I mean, you're starting to get a decent volume build, so at least for the most part down here in the 900s. If we lose it, you're going to get another leg lower. But if we base there, you might get that move back up to the 25,040s to potentially jump along the train.
Yeah, I mean, I will eventually get filled on these shorts. It's just a matter of how long do I got to sit here.
Yeah, ES looks a little more constructive right now than NQ, trying to find its footing, but I'm not quite ready to be a hero and long this for that move 100 points higher.
They are. The headlines. All right. Let's see what else has really moved here. Oh, I guess the VIX is up 9% on the day. Or no, that's not on the day. It's 5% on the day. Quite the move there.
Yeah, we gotta not the futures, but the other one, because I know Jack, you talk about the futures when you talk about price levels. Sorry, I'm losing my voice there. The other VIX sitting above 20, which is kind of that sweet spot that I love to see us at, where we do get some range expansion, some fun as day traders. But when it gets above 30 is when things just get a little wonky and you see me scaling into single micros suddenly. And while we are waiting for the next move here in the market, if you guys did not know, we are celebrating the release of the first NinjaTrader Live social channels. And to celebrate that, we are giving away 5 lifetime NinjaTrader licenses. And you can win one of those 5. The winners will be announced on Monday, but you have the chance to lock this in by clicking the link that is pinned to the top of the chat, entering the contest, and locking in that price for the rest of your life. Hell of a I knew that was coming for some reason. Hell of a giveaway there. And also, while you're at it, because I know we consistently get some new folks here hanging out with us, trading the opens, trading the afternoons with us, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Make sure you've told your friends, because we are 11,000 subscribers, even less than that actually, away from 200,000, where we're going to give away even more cool stuff as we celebrate that milestone here, probably in the next couple weeks. So jump on the NinjaTrader live train now and tell your friends, as we are making new lows here in the indices.
Great.
And Craig, can you tell them to stop? Like, it's just not getting better with these headlines. We keep piling on here and making another leg lower.
They're starting to mentally condition the American people.
Nick, is your playbook on painting the tape being continued? No, not on painting the tape. I'm gonna have something else hosted here shortly that'll be free and anybody can access it. But I'm gonna host that somewhere else. So it's gonna be more interactive and there's gonna be a lot more to it. So I'll talk about it more probably next week because it's almost done. But we'll release that independently off on a different, I guess, URL.
ATR is really getting big here.
But yeah, basically it's me finishing my playbook and then putting it on, I guess, steroids, because I added a lot more content that I didn't think I was going to add.
Get the juice.
It's one of those things, Jack. I mean, I'm sure you know it because you've created content and you've put a lot of stuff out there. Like once you kind of start rolling, the brain starts firing and you just keep getting in a good headspace. Like, in a weird way, I said this earlier this week, like my like old worker, like brain turned back on and I kind of was just truly in like a flow state of building some things and just kept going. I traded a lot less this week because I just was writing a lot of content.
Yeah, no, the thing about like content and like trading, it's like, man, the last thing I want to do after a day of mentally draining myself is make content. But it's easier to make it while I'm trading, or like it has to be a weekend thing for me because I got to shut down the old brain once in a while. So orders here to get short 68.90.75, 24,998. So this yellow line at the top of my screen, the ATR is really expanding here. It's 94 in the NQs and 13 in the ES. That's on a 15-minute chart. It's actually way more than that on a 5-minute chart. Believe it or not, the ATR is bigger on a 5-minute chart than it is on the 15 because the 15 is lagging. But so we'll see if we can get filled. Right now, the structure, I have basically two different order types in a sense that like the ES is going to be a little more aggressive short than the NASDAQ is right now. And I've positioned myself, I've sized down because the range has expanded so much. The volatility has expanded here from where we are at the open and increased my stop size. So we'll see if I can get filled on these shorts and maybe get a piece of, is there anything more to come or is it over? Is it over? Are we going to trade a bit higher first? I can see us, if we got above my like line in the sand levels for like this massive trend down to be over would be above 69.17 would be a failure for me of the short trend, or 25,090 in the NQ. If we were to trade above 25,090 or 69.16 in the ES, I would feel comfortable buying pullbacks. But until that happens, or unless that happens, I will just be looking at variations of shorts here for the remainder of the session. This is live. This is NinjaTrader Live. So if you're new here, you should subscribe.
Make sure you've also hit live on the stream if you would like the most relevant content to what is happening on the tape in real time, because every once in a while someone's like lagged and asks us something that we talked about like 3 minutes ago,
Totally.
which
Totally.
is
I'm like,
which
wait,
is a decade in market time sometimes.
definitely. Other thing I wanted to say. Oh yeah, yeah, guys, hit that like button. We're at 300 likes, 1,200 of you guys watching. So please like, and if you are new to the channel here, make sure you are subscribed. We have awesome guests here every single day, awesome presenters, great traders teaching a variety of strategies. You know, putting the heat on, taking the heat every single day for you guys. And so make sure you're liking the video and subscribe. I did just get filled, yes. So
I was trying to get in long at 940s.
I got 3 separate targets here. This is the most aggressive move I'm looking for. Final target down at 68.58.75. We'll see. I'd like to get filled in the NASDAQ too as well.
Yeah, I short this area like 3 times last week.
Thank you, Jacob. Thanks for your opinion. Appreciate it.
Nick, you were like Adam Sandler from the movie Bedtime Stories, where stories he creates come to life. Well, that's because the white van watches my house and listens to the stream and is very much in tune with making, as you guys know, I'm just going to ramble into another bit. So you see where I'm going. No, sometimes it's just I've said this several times. It's easy to make calls and say things that you think might happen in the market. It's a whole nother equation to put the risk on and actually do what you're saying might happen. It's very easy, hindsight, to talk about, oh yeah, I could see this happening, but I didn't put any risk on. So it's like I have nothing to lose with saying that.
Yeah. I mean, I see a lot of people often have comments, risky to do this, risky to do that. You know what? Then don't do it. Then don't do it. Trade your thoughts. I've always traded my thoughts. I don't take external opinions in the market. I think it's just not something that I find helpful. But if you think something, trade it. There's only one way to find out if you're right or wrong, and that's time. And that may be the case. Could be wrong, could be right. Don't know. Don't ever pretend to know. Because realistically, there's no for certainty in the market. So I never, ever, you'll never hear me speak in certainties. Like we are going down or we are going up. It's all probabilities. And if you find yourself speaking in certainties, you need to check yourself when it comes to trading, because speaking in certainties, everything is probabilities. You might have higher probabilities, but there's no certainties in trading.
Let's see if this 90 guy reloads. 990's here. Another spot to watch on the DOM right now.
Yeah.
Somebody's sitting there.
Somebody is me.
Yeah, it's Jack just quietly on the offer in his institutional account.
I've been front run there by, I don't know. I think the NQ traded, but the MNQ did not trade my level.
Look at that. Okay, so 990's guy.
Oh no, we didn't.
Same thing. It's just like I would want to. I mean, I know Jack, you got in on that short. It's just like I'm watching this. Like I'd love a tad higher the reoffer, but I don't know if I'm going to be blessed with that. Let's see if 90 guy wants more.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, is there a second leg or is that just I mean, I tell you what, oil's still ripping. Oil is ripping. I think the best market long right now is oil. I actually think I should just stay focused there. I will be looking at that later in the day. Yeah, I mean, I'm taking shorts. I've reduced my position size. So, just I'm staying active here. If they work, great. If they don't, it doesn't matter. Any individual trade outcome is irrelevant. And if you make individual trade outcomes relevant, by either oversizing or thinking you're for certain, that's how you trigger yourself into emotional spirals. Over trading, because if you feel so certain about a level, that's how I know a trader really doesn't have a lot of experience, if they talk in certainties, because that when you're talking in certainties, you're really just mentally attaching yourself to the outcome, as opposed to not believing that any individual outcome matters and that it's more of a series of multiple trades that matters. But when you are so attached to the outcome of any one individual trade that you're sticking your ego on it, you're probably not developed.
So far, Mr. 990 guy still holding this. I could see this being the bounce to the 40s at the very least, but I don't know. I kind of was watching 940s. I just didn't have the confidence to jump in long there. It just still felt very counterintuitive at the moment. Inferno, it really depends on, how much you're risking per trade. Have you taken, I mean, there's a whole equation here. Have you taken payouts out of it before? Are you consistently taking payouts from prop accounts, like things like that? Otherwise, if you're trying to get back your costs or whatever for evaluations and PA fees and things, and that gets you back to square one, there's nothing wrong with taking a payout. I'm always a believer in props, like take the money off the table when you can, because one bad day can ruin all the hard work. So even if it puts you back to your initial drawdown, let's say, like if you have a 50K account, let's say you're eligible for a payout, but then you still have $2,000 in drawdown left. Like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Just keep doing your process, keep working it from there. Pay yourself though. Anything can happen in props. One bad trade can screw it up.
You should be able to rewind and listen to that back. I definitely can't repeat word for word whatever I said, because I was just speaking from the top of my mind. No scripts here. This is NinjaTrader Live. You're hearing it straight from the heart, ladies and gentlemen. When you got two people streaming and 1,200 opinions, things can get messy. You just got to listen to yourself. All right. Does she have legs? Or is this, we got about 13 minutes left of the Nick and Jack Thursday morning show. Would love to see my final targets here. So, I've staggered targets here. Just get a little bit of a reaction. I have 6907 half above us in the ES and 25,043 in the NQ. Maybe could trade there. We'll see if that's just a one leg move down, then so be it. Only one way to know, not attached to the individual outcome of any given trade. I have my stops based on the average true range, which is really large right now. So no, my stops are, for all you guys who ask me questions about my positions, I'm not sure what you're watching because they're literally right on the screen. Very well could be a V recovery. I do not know what is going to happen. It could be a V that turns into an M, that turns into a Z, that turns into the dinosaur pattern that leads us to new all-time highs.
The epic brontosaurus pattern.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's my favorite.
I had to make that joke in writing yesterday too. If you've watched this show since last March, when I put out the rest of the playbook and things, I'll be referencing several bits that have happened over the last year on the stream. So it should at least keep you entertained through the ebbs and flows of me trying to articulate my thoughts in written form.
That Bronto pattern can be very, if you're on the wrong side of that Brontosaurus pattern, you better find yourself at your closest church, because that is a bad move to be fading.
Get back over your fours.
All right, let's see if we can fall here.
This is not going to work.
Tell you what is going back up here with little to no resistance is going to be that Russell and the Dow. All right, swinger down.
That was the reoffer. Rejected off 04, so it's gonna go back to 90 guy. See if he's still there. Yeah, the 940 is long. That was the spot. Damn.
A lot of day left. A lot of day left. A lot of movement here. 10:51. Hour and a half past the open. Yeah, if I'm having a great day, I typically just call it, or like really patient with limits. I mean, it really depends on the market structure. Sometimes there's great days that continue to be great days, like they're just a really clear trend day. And then there's days that like you just do good on that I think are actually harder to trade. So if I think it's a hard day to trade and I've done well, I will just call it a day. But if I really feel like I'm on top of the trend and I'm milking the gravy, I'm not stopping. We're going after that cow till she's empty. No, I don't really take breaks. I will just reduce size. It's like I took 2 stop outs in the NASDAQ this morning, and I've reduced my size. I've reduced my risk per trade. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the style of trading. If you're probably like, I mean, any straight down or straight up move with no pullbacks for me is a difficult day, especially if it's coming into a trend reversal. So like yesterday, trend was higher in my point of view, higher highs, higher lows. We go into the day with the trend being higher, and it's just a market order sell off the open. That is not a day that is going to be favorable to me, because I have no entry and my initial anticipation is wrong, which is okay. Come in with a bullish bias and then, take a stop to clearly say that I'm wrong. I have no problem flipping. Maybe it's a bad idea to flip. We'll find out. But the momentum changed from making higher highs to at least lower lows. And now the question is, can we get a lower high, or is that just a one-way move that ended after the first hour? Because that's really all the selling we had there was the first hour. And I think this happened earlier in the week. I want to say it was like 11 o'clock on the 23rd, but that very well could just be over after the first hour. I don't know. We're still, in my opinion, in bearish sequences. The break above 25,090 area in the NASDAQ, or really above, very close to where we at 69.15, would put the nail in the coffin for the continuation that I'm looking at for the indexes. But yeah, I mean, if you look at the Russell and the Dow, they're telling a different story here today. I mean, both of those indexes were up. I think my mistake this morning was really just not following my plan to actually not trade the NASDAQ. And I got, everybody's got a plan till they get punched in the face. And the NASDAQ got me excited because it traded down into the supports I was anticipating. And that was a viable level, but just didn't get the bounce. What do you mean start from scratch? Like, what's scratch? Like funding your own account? Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends on what your personal liquidity is, I would say. Like, if you can throw 5-10 grand in account and trade micros, do it. Do it. Your account size when you start trading, realistically, you should be trading micros. You should be trading an appropriate risk size for the amount of money you have in an account. You should not be betting 10% of risk per trade. Fund an account with 5 grand and decide that you're going to trade a NASDAQ futures contract mini. You're going to blow out. You will blow out.
Yeah, the amount of times I've said that to people, it's just like, guys, I did the complete opposite of that when I started. And like, that's like the highest of highs and the lowest of lows in the first like 2 weeks, where you fund a 10K account, you're trading mini, suddenly that 10K goes to 25K, and then that goes to 25K to zero, all in the span of like a week, because you really haven't learned anything and really haven't understood how to actually manage an account and individual trades. So it's like, don't make that same mistake. You could already get ahead of the learning curve if you just do exactly what Jack said. Start trading micro, start understanding like percentage of risk per trade and per your account size and stuff. It's just save you some pain. Hey friends.
Good morning.
What's up, guys?
What's up, buddies? How are we doing?
Oh, another violent Thursday trend day to the downside, that off 420s. Shocker.
I know. 420 guy. Every time, baby.
That's Nick's magic number. Although we didn't get the opportunity. We got 418s. No. We were sitting there with the 420 limits. We didn't get it.
The white fan's afraid of letting me short it again. They know what can happen if they let me trade it during RTH.
Well, I only like to buy it, so he didn't really have much to do with me today.
Are you long off this like 940 stot? So it seems like an area you would be.
Nope. Yeah, we were trending up on weekly and monthly, and then that opening drive just canceled all of it. We knocked it out, and then everything on the way down. 25,200 baby bounce, no chance for me there.
Yep.
And then, yeah, I mean,
I want to know somebody like, I guess this is something for me too, that I want to watch the 290s guy again in replay and be like, did I really miss like the exit on my 200 long? First of all, like, did I really miss the key sign that says, hey, idiot, get the hell out? Or the 240 long, excuse me. So 50 points that was sitting there staring me in the face, and I'm watching somebody just refreshing the offer. Like, did I really misread that?
He was there.
But I said it to everybody. It's just like, did I really just not have the fortitude to hit flatten when I saw and articulated that in real time? Yes.
No, it felt.
I did.
No, it. So
it felt like we were going to rotate higher. It really did.
When I look at, all right, this is a little key. You got the V range on there, Nick? You look at the V range, right?
I look at it. I don't have it up on this chart, but I see it in front of me.
All right, this is my little thing that I notice. When the V range gets front run by 6 points, and the time it actually gets tested is this like nuke thing. I don't touch it. I can't long it. Don't want to do it. I've seen this play out too many times like this. Yeah, there was this 290 dude. I can't believe they didn't even get back up to hit 300, but it was just all this initial push selling that got retested 3 times, and this dude was like, nope, we're going to 0. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I needed more coffee filters, so I was like, all right, I'm gonna go to the drugstore. So I did that instead. I have tried to get some continuation trades here twice. I broke even on both of them. This is a pretty annoying little high that's getting put in right here. So I don't know. It's slopes flattening out. It's
Salma?
Probably, yeah. I don't
Good
know.
morning.
Salma, sorry. Shoot, I'm talking over everybody.
How are you this morning? How did you handle this?
No, you guys are good. Hi. Good actually. I don't know why, but this morning I decided to trade the YM. So
Ooh.
yeah, I never really dabbled in the YM. I think it was just like that one time during the competition. It's even I forget which one was allowed, the Russell or the YM, but whatever. I've only traded it in the competition, never really like on my own. So this morning I noticed it was the stronger one, and obviously, you know, NASDAQ, ES were dumping off of Nvidia. So I said, you know, I think that this is going to be a failed breakout, and I would like to just try and attempt a short on the YM. So I decided to go small, and you know, anytime I ever trade something for like the first time, I'm always sized small, kind of get just a feel for it. So yeah, if you see me in one micro, mind your business. It's because I'm trying, I'm trying to get a feel here. But yeah, so I caught the shorts. I took it off of this fib level that I have here, and I actually, oddly enough, I closed at the bottom. I don't know how that happened, and then I decided to flip long, and I caught the bottom on the YM, and then I closed it at the midpoint here. At 557. I have screenshots of those before anybody tries to say Salma's capping. But now I am attempting at a short. I am attempting at a short here just because the NASDAQ looks like it wants to dump. It's just, I mean, I'll pull up the chart real quick. Sorry, I know you guys were all laughing and you know,
you
saying,
really played the old Uno reverse card in real time. Good for you.
What do you mean?
I mean, I have never successfully done that with real money.
Philadelphia.
Oh, dude, I'm preparing.
I am not that kind of guy, I guess. I can't do it.
Nick, I'm preparing for the one stream where we all have to stream for 24 hours and all we can do is just hit the reverse button. So this is me prepping for that.
Oh, what?
What a nightmare.
We're
is
gonna
this
do a
happening?
marathon Monday one of these days.
I'm joking. I don't think it's happening, but I would love for it to happen. I think it would be hilarious. And I think it would be an original, like one of its kind of competitions. I don't know anyone else who's doing this. So Ninja, let's make it happen.
Well, back in the
Let's just do
day,
it.
in the day, years ago, we used to do that in the OFL Discord. It was called the M period challenge.
The M period challenge.
Yep.
And just hit the reverse button.
Yes, you
Whoever
can only
can
do
get
it
the
in
most
M period.
points
So
in
it was
M
for
period.
30 minutes, reverse button only. Whoever got the most points won.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. So I think we should do that. And I think it should be like a 24-hour marathon run.
It was
I
not
don't
awesome.
mind.
It was terrible.
I don't mind being on for however many hours.
Oh, come on. You're going to be
Dude,
on for 24 hours?
Bro, yes. Come
That's
on.
gonna
When
be-
was the last
Salma,
time you
I'm
did
just
something
gonna
for the
say
In order
first
to
this.
hit
time?
the reverse button, you have to be so glued to your screen.
That's the point. 24-hour stream. You're not leaving.
Are
Salma,
we allowed to use
The bathroom? Yeah, you
alcohol?
can. Yeah,
Salma,
you-
I have done a bell to bell stream before.
Oof, yeah. I remember
It
that.
is the most emotionally and like mentally draining. Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess nobody really does that like on TV talk shows. Like nobody's running a full like 9 to 5 day
Right.
on camera in a personality or whatever, just trying to be like present the whole time. It's exhausting.
Oh, dude, I
So-
feel exhausted on Thursdays when I do the double session. Like between what I do for like my group and what I do here, I'm done. But like, I think it would just be so fun and hilarious. So yeah, I would want to see that. But yeah, I think NQ here this is probably the last chance for sellers here.
They got to step in right here at the week open. Otherwise, they may get cooked back to at least 150s, 140s.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there. If they don't
Sheesh.
step in here, I think
Look
they
at this
lose.
guy.
Yeah, look at
There
that
is
guy
any
with
chance.
1,000 lot.
Woo! Now that guy's partying.
Someone playing for keeps.
Somebody's doing. I mean, there's been a lot of
There's
liquidity.
been some
poking around
people on
today.
the offer today. There's been
Yeah.
some guys just reloading with some size and hanging out, just trying to ruin Christmas.
This is levered Nvidia after all, so this makes sense that we're
That is true.
getting
We
wild
forget
today.
about that sometimes.
I feel bad for everybody who was excited for Nvidia earnings. I try to warn all the time. I'm an earnings hater, and it's nothing new. I hate earnings. I hate how it makes the market, chop around. I hate that when earnings come out, it ends up being a nothing burger every single time. It's maybe like one or two as like the outlier. But yeah, there's like so much anticipation, and then that's it. Nothing happens at the climax. It's just like there is no climax. It's
Let's
just
go, you turkeys.
yeah, it's just done.
Oh my
But,
God.
Yeah,
Could it
there's the
happen?
drop.
Is it possible? Did
There we
Stowe
go.
get short continuation
let's
successfully
go.
once?
That was the spot, the week open. I mean, and that's in that 1,000 guy, man.
Yep.
Good
We'll
work,
see.
Stowe.
Nah,
Jokers.
yeah, I mean, it's coming right back in my face. It's cool. I got one lot off.
But-
This pattern is ridiculous. Look at this weirdness.
I know. Yeah.
They've chosen a 40-point range just to sit in for 10 seconds.
This day, but I think Jack and I are going to get out of here
Okay,
and let you guys trade.
cool.
Okay.
So,
Boo.
chat, everybody, thank you.
Take
have,
care,
have
guys.
a good
No.
You
rest
got
of your
this.
day.
You
Later,
got
homies.
this. We believe in you. Later.
All right. Thanks, guys. They want to get out of here so badly. Come back. Oh, God.
What the hell time is it? All right, 11 o'clock. How you doing, Salma? Happy to stream
Good.
with you, man.
Yeah, I know. It's the first time.
Yes, it is.
Still, real quick, check the chat. Zoom chat.
What are they? Oh,
The other chat. But
sure.
yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for our stream. I think we're on again and next Thursday as well.
yep. Is that gonna be our thing?
It might be. You might be replacing Leo. Yeah. Or Leo might end up replacing me. I don't know. But
Leo needs a break.
you all got to coordinate your light colors. No. Wait, what colors are you talking about? Our LEDs or the chart?
I assume our LEDs.
I mean, I could change it, sure, whatever. I just picked purple because I think it's like just got the best hue.
I let my kid decide. And today she decided blue and red was going to be good.
Okay, well, mine's not that fancy. I can't pick two different colors, so it's
You
either
can't?
gonna be. I can't, unfortunately. No, it's either gonna be blue or red.
Mine can do weird stuff. It can like it turns into like total rave zone. I got a remote and everything. It's wild.
Oh, me too. I got the remote too, but this is like some. I don't know. I guess something cheap off Amazon. All right. Well, I picked the blue. I don't know if you guys can see it much, but
There we go. All right. Yeah, it's a struggle to get the DOM on there and be able to see all the stuff. That's fair. You know what I need is, okay, I'll put it on the left. Maybe I'll live like this for a while. We'll see how that goes. Oh, I hate this. I hate this trade.
yeah, this is annoying. But
This
this
trade
is,
sucks.
in my opinion, seller's last chance. Last good chance, I should say. Salma got them Temu lights. Nah, they're from Amazon. Thank you very much. Oh God.
How you doing on that Goggins book? You finished that thing yet or what?
Dude, honestly, no. Don't tell
All right.
Leo, please.
Fair enough.
At least I'm honest, but I do need to do something about that.
I'm telling you,
getting-
man, get the audio going.
I know you were saying it was cool.
It's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, they go like, so, oh God, I hate this trade.
Don't give up on it just yet.
I know. ES just poked into that 910.
The way ES is looking on the 5-minute looks like it just wants to plummet, to be honest with you.
I need my stop up here, though. That's the problem.
I know I'm in one micro only, but I think I'm going to lower my stops as well. I'm not going to lie. YM moves clean, guys.
Yeah, I used to trade the Dow quite a bit. It also enjoys round numbers, so keep an eye on that.
Okay. All right. Cool.
As far
Good to
as
know.
like liquidity and weirdness goes, there's not enough on the DOM to do any sort of order flow stuff with it that I've ever noticed. And it moves very quickly when it decides to do something also.
Yeah. I've noticed that for like the past week, I've just had a chart up of all of the markets really.
Okay.
And so just watching them move relative to each other, the Dow is pretty it's like almost like a toss up sometimes. It's like the unpredictable one. And it kind of just moves really, really fast and quick. And while the others are kind of still not doing as much. So yeah, it's tricky. That's why I want to just ease into this and see, if there is potential, then I'll start trading it more often, but we'll see how that goes.
What else are you watching?
Oh,
I
right
know
now.
you watch a lot of stocks too, right?
Yeah. But like right now for this stream, my eyes are only on obviously NQES, the Russell, and the YM. So that's really it for me.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I've always had, damn it. If only my stop could have been right here. Maybe it saved me some money. Nice, it did. Cool. All right.
You're always happy when the stop
I retract my damn it. Okay.
when the stop does what it needs to do. That's freaking hilarious. Yeah.
What the hell was I gonna say? Oh, so I've always watched. This has always been my analogy for it. You can, since you're gonna watch YM, let me know if this clicks with you too. So ES is kind of like the marriage counselor between NQ and YM in my mind, in the analogy. And if YM and NQ are doing the same thing that day, ES is going to be doing the same thing. It's going to be following along in the trend. If YM and NQ are doing opposite things, like YM trending up, NQ trending down, those are very interesting days, but that turns into total chop nightmare town on ES. So let me know.
That's like what was happening yesterday, though. Like, yesterday, like the Russell and the YM just doing their own thing, and then NQES doing the complete opposite. And it makes it like really, really hard to just have like an actual good read on the market. Days like yesterday definitely struggle a little bit more. But someone in the chat said, can you explain your thought process why I think that the ES on the 5 minutes seems to want to drop? So I could be completely wrong here, but this is just like almost like a rising wedge, and this is a bearish structure. So it would be something like this, blah blah blah, and then it would just be a sharp move down. And then obviously it does get invalidated, flags get invalidated all the time. So I would say like a close above 913 would invalidate this potential drop. And again, I am watching, all the other markets. And so you have the Russell and the YM trying to drop right now, while ES is really the one that's been holding up. So you got to use it in confluence with other things as well. So, but yeah, it's based off of a flag pattern, correct?
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's doing the thing. It's doing this it's doing the 11 to 11:30 grind cover thing. And so I don't want to get into. I found that chasing short continuation in this specific time period is maybe the lowest EV thing that I ever actively do. So after giving it that last shot, this is pretty much my only this dumb little bracket they got into. That's hilarious. And then popped above exhaustion, got into this short. If it doesn't continue lower after that, I really can't get back in. I can't get long either.
I'm out here. Just don't love this movement. I don't know. This is tricky. Yeah, I'm gonna get out. Just basically break even on this trade. Get back in if anything. But sorry, Stowe, not to cut you off.
No, you talk over me as much as you want to.
Careful
please.
what you wish for. Careful.
AF4 ARCAX, what does the big blue horizontal bar tell us? This guy right here, this is what this tells us. I assume this is what you mean. This is a metric shit ton of bid. So this is somebody that was sitting on the offer that market orders crossed into and purchased, and now we are above. So this was a really big seller, and a lot of market orders went over and bought right here. That's also why I got into this short after this pop. So we were buying this guy, buying this guy, popped above him, and then failed for a moment. And that can signal exhaustion. And if sellers wanted to step in there after that seller was filled and then market order and hit the bid, then that would drive price lower, which it did for a second. But yeah, obviously we're in the magic box. We're at a pretty big extreme here. So I don't know how much more you can ask from sellers. They're pretty fragile creatures. They like to give up quickly. So, and they had a pretty good morning.
Yeah, but when they show up, dude, they show up. They will do their thing while they are here.
Stowe, I see panic. Where? In which market? This is pretty organized right now compared to what it was. I mean, it was getting pretty agitated before. Yeah, don't quote me on that. Sellers are fragile creatures, though.
Has the tape calmed down a bit? Look at that reject. Oh, wow. Bruh.
Yeah, because
I know like Leo would describe this like this morning as like an angry tape. Is it still angry?
No, I mean, it's still pretty thin, but I mean, it's less selling aggression. It's definitely more back and forth now. But it's kind of retraced off of that violent stuff. Like if you go back into, like this was pissed. This was hardcore, like chokehold, selling, which I don't know. It's good. I rarely ever short into it, but, it's good to see it because you don't want to be long.
Right.
Yeah, we ran the previous day low and it was just getting smoked all over the place. And we also ran like let me find it's a big chart here.
I got back into shorts here on the YM.
Sick.
Again, just the 1 micro. The 15-minute looks good still for shorts. So I'm back in, guys.
So we opened up here at so purple guy is monthly upper band and gray guy is weekly upper band. Now that I'm in Wednesday, I start to pay attention to the weekly, and we sold out of it. We got down here to this 220 spot. This is just a half hour. It's just a 30-minute candle, so you can't see the bounce that was here, but it tried. It tried to save itself down here a couple times, and that was like this. All this buying, and then this seller just pressing into that. And once we lost that weekly upper band, it's just going straight back through value. And now we're back in smack dab in the middle of we're just back in, I mean, we're literally at the giant point of control right now. Here I am stuck in the middle with you. It's freaking true. It's freaking
I do love
true.
that song. Okay, and let's shift gears here real quick and talk about something a little bit exciting. For those who haven't heard, or if you haven't signed up yet, NinjaTrader is doing a giveaway. Okay, maybe they will put it up on the screen. Okay, great, there it is. In celebration of the launch of NinjaTrader Live Socials, the team is giving away 5 lifetime plans to lock in low commissions. Now, guys, this is a great opportunity if you are, trading on your own account and you are, trading a lot in the long term. You save a lot of money, right? And it is free. All you have to do is just click the link in the chat and register for a chance to win. And then winners will be announced on Monday morning. Deli will announce those. So just be sure to sign up for that, guys. And make sure you follow us on the socials. You're going to see all of our faces on there.
That's true. Man, we did some weird stuff in Florida a couple of months ago, and I have not seen it appear in the light of day yet.
Oh, so. It might. It might.
I assume this is where it's going to be.
It might.
I was filmed doing some goofy stuff. Are you going to hang out next month?
For sure.
All right, cool. I'll see you.
Yeah. I was saying yesterday that I was upset that the other guys are not going. Leo, XY, Kane, they're all not coming. So I was looking forward to meeting them. Bunch of what?
Bunch of turkeys.
Yeah.
Don't worry about meeting them. They're not that cool. Don't
I know
sweat.
Jim was saying that you were the coolest, so I swear to God he did say that. He said Stowe is the one you want to meet.
I paid a lot of money to Jim to get
say that.
Yeah, get that rep going for me. So I'm glad that was money well spent. It's good.
I don't know. Something tells me that Jim is not the type to get persuaded. So
that's also true. That's actually true.
Oh man, but yeah, it should be a good time. I'm looking forward to it.
Sweet.
For sure. Oh, Savannah, me too. I can't wait. It's gonna be fun.
Sav rules. Big fan.
It's gonna be
big
fun.
Fan. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You'll watch somebody. Yeah, between all of them, these people work so hard. It's crazy. I could never keep up with any of them in a real workplace environment. Sav's insane. They all are.
Yeah, they do amazing stuff. Guys, I mean, just think about how they play these sound clips on command. They don't even know what's going to come out of our mouths, and they've got it ready to go. And it's just crazy.
I mean, I don't think the Shab sleeps also. That's another thing you'll learn. Shab doesn't sleep. All right, let
Then
me
me
get.
and Shab have
We'll do
something in
disco.
common.
All right, we got the disco lights going. Ready? There we go.
Oh, those are cool.
Yeah.
Those are like calm.
It does worse stuff than this, but I don't want to trigger anybody. The problem is that I've only got one remote for two of them right next to each other, so they're hard to mutually control. There we go. All right.
I like it. Mine gives me like freaking starts hurting my eyes. Yours looks to be very nice. Very nice.
How's the chat doing? You guys okay today?
Chat is firing away.
All right. Stowe, can you please sneak my entries? The best probability zone to win that lifetime license. No, you might be surprised, but they don't give me access to the. I don't know if they put it in one of those big like lottery wheels and pick everybody out. But no, they don't let me be in charge of anything.
I don't know. That might be a good thing though. Chat. All right,
Tina,
let's
good?
get that dump. Good morning, Dallas. Smart Trade Palo says, can I be one of the winners since I am here every day? Well, there's only one way to find out.
You just got to enter.
You just got to enter, yeah.
You got to enter.
Good stuff, Vince.
Jimmy Shadow, you can possibly meet me at one of these trader panels. Is that what we're doing? Are we hanging out or is it a panel?
We are doing a meet.
Ah, so we're gonna meet the humans. Okay. It's pretty fun. I did that in Chicago. That was cool.
I don't know how I've never had anyone be like, oh my God, you're Salma. So I don't know how I'd feel about that. They'd be like, yeah, it's me.
You're famous, bro.
I guess. Jack he went out. I forget. I think he just like went out to eat with his friends. He went out to eat and someone went up to him and he's like, you're Jack from NinjaTrader. It's like, oh my God, if that happened to me, I don't know. I'd be like, what the hell is going on?
I don't really frequent the kinds of places where people would be saying you're Stowe from NinjaTrader to me.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
Me neither.
Good morning, man, dude. What's up, brother?
Oh my God, I have my niece. She's like a year and a half old. She's rattling my office door, knocking, trying to get in.
Oh, that's nice.
She knocks in like the softest knock ever.
Yeah, KDR, we can do a Pirates game if you want to. I don't know how interested anybody would be in a Pittsburgh meetup, though. It's kind of a non-city to most people. It's closest to my heart, but every time I try to get people to come here, they're like, Pittsburgh.
Wait, Stowe, where are you again?
Pittsburgh.
Wait, that needs to be a clip. Oh my God. No freaking way. That's hilarious. Dude,
Yeah,
you're very close to me.
Jim's coming to Pittsburgh. Where are you at? You're
Jersey.
Oh, yeah, that ain't close. It's like 8 hours.
But closer than like most of the people on the panel.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Oh my God. Guys, that was an airhead moment. I'm like, where are you from?
It's okay. I wanted to say Pittsburgh 4 times into the microphone in a row. It's cool. They give me, as an ambassador of the city, they give me $10 every time I'm able to sneak it into the stream. So,
that's cool.
I'm sponsored by the municipality.
I need a kickback on that.
Did you get smoked with all that snow? What happened over there?
Dude, cooked.
Was it crazy?
All right. Yeah, we got like 1.5 feet. It was insane.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nor'easters, dude. Not for me.
Okay, wait. We have a really good comment here.
Okay.
Shan says, hi, new here, all the way from Australia. It's 2:25 in the morning. Any tips on good indicators? Shan, thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, thanks. Good morning. Good morning, Shan.
Good morning or good night?
Oh no, you go first. What's your indicator for Shan? What do you want to give him?
Oh, okay. I would say the most important indicator, in my opinion, and you could also do this manually, so you don't necessarily need it as an indicator.
Wait. This is number one.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, so if you gotta wipe your
wait,
chart clean.
wait. Pause. So it's something you can do manually. Would you still consider it an indicator?
No. No, I would not.
Okay, and then if no, then no. Okay, fine.
All right. Well, what is it?
I was gonna say key levels, like having key levels plotted on your chart. You could do that manually.
Yep,
You could
not
go
an indicator. Nope.
Okay. Well, that's what I would recommend for everyone to have on their charts.
All right.
Is you need to know where previous day high and low is. You need to know. Well, yeah, it's not an indicator, but like there are indicators for it. So that's why
That's true.
I have an indicator for it because one, I'm lazy. Two, I have a lot of key levels that I'm paying attention to, and I'm not gonna go do that manually. So, anything that indicates what to do is an indicator. Thank you, Susan. Yeah, I would say that.
False.
Thank you.
False. No, you're probably right.
But
no,
yeah,
I meant like
that's mine.
no, that's market generated information. That doesn't count. You got to pick another one. Now,
Okay,
I want to hear Salma's. If I come over to your computer, I delete everything off your screen but one thing. What's the one thing you have to keep on there?
I mean, if you look at my screen, there's only one thing on it anyway. It's the 9 EMA.
Shit, you're right.
That's all I use. So yeah, 9 EMA would be mine. And even that, I think you could get away with not using as well. I don't even think it's a necessity.
Okay. All right.
It's really good though on trend days and on the 5-minute.
Yep. You know who's a big proponent of that, Mr. XY.
I know.
He even got me to put that damn thing on my chart.
Good. And Chris trades using the 9 EMA as well.
That's true. Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah. I love you guys too.
Oh,
thanks,
that's
Mr.
nice.
Market. Yeah, but get my name right. I love you, but write my name right.
I love you, random citizen.
Come on, where else are you gonna have a mission control playing snippets like these? Perfect timing.
It's nice we get a midday. They're normally a little stingy with those things. They must be in a good mood today.
I don't think they're stingy. I think sometimes they just walk away.
Taking naps? Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
They do have a couch in Florida there. I've seen it. So it's possible one of them is sleeping on there.
They probably do rotations. But okay, what's your indicator? Go.
View up for sure. If I had to go down to nothing, it would probably just be view up.
Okay.
I mean, I'm gonna be sad not to have Delta around for sure. Ah, God, maybe I need Delta instead.
Guys, now you have him thinking. Shan from was it Australia?
Yes.
Shan from Australia. You got him thinking.
Volume profile is really important to me too. Can I delete the candles? Honestly,
Guys,
I'd rather just trade a price line with volume profile.
He's literally stressed out over this question.
Can I keep 4 things? I could. All right, I choose view up with standard deviation bands. I must be allowed to have those.
I think that comes with it.
All right. If I'm allowed to keep the dev bands, then view up for me. So there you go, Shan.
Yeah.
It's not the magic box, AK, but that would be good if I could have that. Man, I got a lot of shit on my charts.
That's funny. There goes Mr. Market misspelling my name again. Carlos, we're chit-chatting just because market's not really doing anything, and I'm in this small short waiting for it to play out. Once we start to see a little bit more action, then we'll get back to talking about the markets, but we're here for another 30 minutes with you guys. Might as well keep it interesting. You know, we can say, oh, we moved 2 points, but what's the fun in that? So, yeah. Just have Leo create an indicator with delta VWAP and volume profile. There you go. All your problems will be
If
solved.
I combine it into one, it counts as one. Okay.
I would
feel like
say
that's
so.
cheating.
No, but those are the best, guys. If anyone's got like those like a trading view and you're on like a low tier subscription that it like only allots you like whatever 2, 3, I think maybe 3 indicators. Don't quote me on that, but it's limited on the indicators. Find the indicators. Don't laugh because this is what I used to do. I would find the indicators that would be multi-purpose use. And so like I would find the ones that would give me my 9 EMA because I used to use VWAP as well. So I would find the ones that would give me the 9 EMA, VWAP, and ATR. And I would just have that as one indicator. And that was like one way that I would just kind of, it was a loophole to not have an upgrade trading view. But
no, I'm laughing because you and I are similarly cheap with TradingView, or at least we used to be.
Well, I used to be, yeah. Now I've got the yearly sub, but yeah.
I don't even use it anymore. But back in when I first started, I used TradingView to chart for sure. Now, if I'm just checking stuff on my phone intraday, I just look at like if I'm not at my desk, I just look at the NinjaTrader app.
Yeah, I think I mean I would love to be using Ninja as well, but unfortunately I can't give up my Apple products.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. For sure. Thanks, Phantom. Appreciate you.
Oh, Mundane Trader says, I'm from Pittsburgh, bro. Loved your Maz video yesterday. Thanks, man. I'm glad you liked that, dude.
Maybe you guys can run into each other.
It's a pretty small place. I'm sure I probably have. We just don't know it. But thanks, brother. I've worked out on that Maz video. Pretty happy about that. Do you like baseball, Salma?
I don't not like baseball.
All right.
Like I've been to 2 games in my life. Both Mets.
What part?
Although,
what exit are you over there? Which north or south?
I'm northern. I'm closer to New York. Okay. But yeah, I've only ever gone to 2 baseball games. Both happen to be the Mets. Although I think if I got into baseball, I'd be a Yankees fan. But I've only been to the Mets, so yeah, it's fun though. It's cool, like the whole experience, just being out there under the sun.
Yeah, it's awesome. I've never gone to Citi Field. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I mean it's a good time. But the next sports game or event that I would want to go to that I haven't would be a basketball game. Would love to go see the Knicks. So that's on my list.
That's cool.
Yeah. Do you like basketball? Because I just recently got really.
No. But it was never like it didn't exist for me because we don't have a baseball team or we don't have a basketball
team. Yeah.
So it's like it was never a thing. I played it in school. I was terrible.
That's funny.
so bad at it. But no, I guess I liked when I was a kid. I would watch basketball. That was like Orlando Magic era, Penny Hardaway, Shaq. All that stuff. So I did watch it when I was a kid, but yeah, that's true for Tintin. We do have college, but I don't know. There's only so much time. I follow baseball really hardcore, and that's a lot of people to memorize and think about. So,
yeah, I just recently started getting into basketball, like maybe the last 2 years or so.
Okay.
My brother-in-law is a huge Knicks fan, and so yeah, like by default, I'm now a Knicks fan. Just hanging out at my sister's and hanging out with them. It's just, yeah, it's cool though.
I bet I could be convinced if I bet that's one of those things where
you want to be convinced.
Yeah, if you know how if you go to a game sometimes that changes the thing.
Yeah.
Like that made me appreciate hockey more than I ever did.
Oh, I like hockey too. Yeah. For sure. I just went to the Rangers game. I think it was like 2 months ago, December. And we had sweet tickets. It was nice. It was a cool experience.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was pretty chill.
Austin baseball cards? Yeah, dude. I just cracked. Me and the kid just opened a bunch last night. So yeah, I got a bunch of good stuff floating around. I'll send maybe I can do a baseball card giveaway. This is a pretty good. This was a good one. Maybe Selma, I'll send this to you. This is a Mets
What is
card.
that? Oh, yeah.
It's a Pete Alonso relic. So this has a piece of his game worn jersey inside of it.
I'll take it.
Cool. All right, I'll set that aside for you. That can be your Mets card.
Cool. We are starting to see a little bit of movement here.
Yep.
I like it. Give me new lows.
You think?
I would love new lows. So like I've always been, it's easier for me to reshort a downtrend day. So like obviously a day like where we open up, we drop, and then we start to come back up. It's easier for me to fade that than it is for an uptrend come back down and for me to rebuy in an uptrend, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've always, I don't know. Like your attempt at reshorting earlier, I liked it a lot.
It's fine.
I think with like NQ, you need to have obviously a wider stop or just like a really, really precise entry, which is why I don't go anywhere near NQ. But yeah, that's something I picked up from Linda. She's talked about like, I don't forget her last name. Hold on. That's bad. I need to. Yes. Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome.
She's always talked about like, don't be the first to buy a downtrend move. Like it's your chances of reshorting it are higher. And so I always keep that in my head. And this is also where like the 9 EMA comes in as well. For me, every time, maybe like the 15, 30 minute, I will watch to see once we get to the 9 EMA, what does price do? And if we start to retrace, then, I get in. Obviously, that's not applicable on this YM trade. But if we go to ES, all right, guys, if you don't know by now, the pink squiggly line is my 9 EMA. Okay.
Good choice. I like this.
It's pink, whatever. We pushed to the 9 EMA, which also happens to be the weekly open. They just so happen to coincide. And then what did price start to do? Start to come down. Seller stepped in. We had a key level, the 9 EMA. That's double the confluence. And I also had a fib level right up top, a couple points higher. So yeah, the shorts looked really, really good. I just happened to have taken it on YM instead. But yeah, it's looking good. I'll take this any day of the week. For my YM short, the reason for my re-entry, you guys know that I love to see this kind of setup here. I guess you would call it like, hold on, I don't want to give you guys the wrong name for it.
Come on, go get that 25 guy. Come on. There you go.
Yeah,
all right.
Speak Stowe while I get this. I need to get the right name before I get crucified in the chat.
I got into a long right there. I got half of it off. I'm gonna tuck this up here.
Nice.
This would be. I was waiting for this 980. I guess I could have said that when we were talking about baseball, but I like talking about baseball too. I was waiting for this 980 spot to gauge this. I don't love that none of this. I don't love that none of these stops have been even attempted to be talked to. This pullback here, and then the pretty decent sized buyer here at 25K 1008, and then price stepped in really heavily right there. So I'll take it for its scalp. I don't think this is going to be the low, but we are also back at this damn yearly open, right? 6902.
Yeah. Yep.
Isn't that it?
Yep.
Oh God, this price has haunted me.
It's kind of cool though, because you can like, now I'm so familiar with the levels, like we're almost like friends. Yeah, I know them all by seriously. Like, you know how you would say, oh, we know each other on a first name basis. Well, like I know these levels like the back of my hand now.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh God.
Funny.
I know. So yeah, ES looks like it's a decent spot for a bounce here. I didn't really have any volume profile wizardry to back this up on NQ, but there is a decent. I'll pull ES over here. We got this node here, and we came down. We at least tried to talk to these stops. So I don't know, but I'm counter trend. There's still a buyer there, so we'll see what they want to do. I'm rooting for Salma. New lows, ultimately.
Yeah, but your trade could still work out.
Yeah.
Like it wouldn't be the first time that I'm in a short and whatever Leo or XY go long and they bank and then I bank and everybody wins and everybody's happy.
There's definitely somebody nah, they're pushing it now.
I'm really, really happy just to see how clean YM has moved today.
Yeah, it's nice. People give it a lot of shit.
Yeah.
But I remember when I was first trading it, I got a lot of shit. All right. Stopped on the second half. I think I maybe got 2 points out of that total. That's okay. It was good.
You get
Thank you.
You get a participation award.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That's good.
Oh my God. Yeah, Mike, the H is working out right now. Yes, it really, really is. Let's see how it's looking on lower time frame. I mean, this is a really ugly H, but yeah, you kind of get the idea of, a move down. Let me just change this. Like we have the move down at the open, and then buyers step in, try to push price up. They can't. We stall out here. And then what do? We come right back down. And ideally for the H pattern to really, really, work, you would want new lows. And so I'm actually gonna see what they do here.
Dude, I love it. I love your short. I don't know what the Dow is doing right now, but I assume since NQ and ES are in sync that the Dow is also
I think the Dow is leading this, to be honest with you.
sick. Hell yeah.
Along with like just NASDAQ weakness. ES was trying to push and buyers just gave up. But it's good though, because that was the place where, we were talking about it when we were here with like Nick. That was the place where you wanted to see sellers step in. It was just, in my opinion, their last shot at shorts and at new lows. So we'll see what they do. I need a dump to new lows to pass this eval. I'm on my knees praying to my computer. Phantom, bro, no. Stop that.
Futures overdraw says back to view up -1 could be a nice bounce if we want to go higher. I don't. Yeah, I mean it might work because I don't love it, but I really don't love it. We're getting these lows. We're taking this mess out now finally, so that's nice. This is good for my TISM.
Your TISM.
Yeah, that's my TISM relief. I need lows to be complete. I don't like seeing a bunch of stops protected. But yeah, I mean, I don't really have it. Yeah, it's not good. If it gets all the way down here and runs this, maybe. But I feel like we've already retested this seller here from above, and that is what created this grind. So
I mean, love new lows.
It would be great to leave this down here, but I don't know.
Where's that Stowe clip? Hold on, let's see if
Christ.
No. Let's see if
let's see if I can do a Stowe impression. A new low would be encouraging.
Yes, that's the one.
That's what my friend.
Oh, God.
That's what one of my best friends in the world thinks I sound like. So it must be true.
Yo, Leo's got a lot of best friends. Let me tell you.
He does. He's a very likable guy.
Yeah,
he's a man of the people. That Tiger.
He's awesome.
You can be his best friend too. You gotta read that damn book though.
Bro, no. I don't know if you missed it. But I literally said Leo's texting game is the worst. I can't be friends with him.
Yeah, he's a busy guy. But that's
No,
just
no. If there's anyone that's busy, it's me. And if I can find the time to send you a text message, you can find the time to respond. You know what he does though?
What's he do?
Replies with emojis. He reacts to my message.
Exactly. Well, he thinks he lives in a world where everything is Discord to him.
Yeah, we talk on Discord and he will just like he'll respond by reacting with like a laughing face or whatever, one of those stupid like emojis. And I'm like, okay, I'm waiting for a response, like an actual typed message.
Nope,
it never
that was
comes.
it. That was your response.
That was it. Yeah. Does he do that to you too?
Of course.
Oh, okay. Then that makes me feel a little bit better.
Yeah, you're not on your own.
Bro, we need to give him shit for it until he like starts sending back messages.
Yeah, maybe Magnus. I don't know. Maybe that was the buy. Maybe I should have bought that 980 I was looking for.
Sheesh. No, I don't like this push. I mean, key levels across the board here though. Huh.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's
ES
an
is
uppercase H? Sorry, go ahead.
No, what is an uppercase H?
I don't know. Someone in the chat keeps mentioning uppercase H.
How the hell could that be a pattern?
I only know the lowercase h.
What is that? Is that like a engulfing candle, a ton of consolidation engulfing candle?
Yeah. What is this uppercase H? Tell us. Tell me. Okay, I cut you off. I'm sorry. What were you saying about NQ?
Me? I have no idea. I said I was looking for this 980 spot back when I took this trade, and then there ended up being support down there. But I don't know. I think this is all just like, I don't think that that's the low. But if I was going to have it be anywhere, it'd be this 940 spot. I want to see this volume node get retested. And I guess that'd be 68.84-ish on ES as well. Leaving both those nodes behind would be pretty weird. This was a ton of business down here. I don't have the delta profile up for this leg anymore, but dudes were putting in work down here. It was redonkulous. I don't know if the kids still say redonkulous. Redonkulous.
I'm gonna bring that back.
Thank you.
Redonkulous. That's funny. Come on.
Oh, some guys in here shilling fibs. That was the 61.8. Was that the perfect fib retrace right there?
I love fibs.
Do you think they're magic? Do you think that it's because the universe is, one big Fibonacci sequence, and that's why the stock market seems to fall into that vibe? Is that why it works like that?
The fibs do be fibbing.
But what are they?
And I don't know. I can't tell you like the mathematical reason and all that stuff. Like, okay. I'm just not one of those people, right? I don't get in the nitty gritty of things. All I know is they work.
I like that about you.
Yeah. I mean, some people I think overcomplicate things. They need to know the why and the how and the when. And it's just like, I'm okay with knowing that, knowing how to properly use it, knowing that it's subjective, right? Like your fib level can be different from my fib level, and we could still be on the same page about things. And I don't need to know everything. I just need to know that they work. And
hey, Tracy, what's up?
They do.
Yep, Tracy loves fibs. I knew that. I knew that about Tracy.
I didn't know that, but
yep.
Let's go.
Tracy, do you believe that it's because of the universal symmetry that fibs work?
I also like to stack fibs. Like I will draw fibs on top of fibs, but I will know like why I drew this one and why I drew this one.
Cool down, Dave. That's a funny joke. Do fib traders listen to Tool on repeat all market session? That's really funny. I went down a really big rabbit hole with the Tool song the other day. It was insane. Yeah. I watched a documentary about the song and like two drumming what would they be? Like two drumming dissections of a Tool song called Numa. It was crazy. Yeah.
I don't think I know Tool.
Yeah, get that out of there.
Bro.
You got to play that fast so Maynard doesn't get any money.
Wait, that sounded so good though. Well, what's the name of that song? I'll check it out after.
What is that? That's the song. The Chasm? Schism. Thank you. That's it. Schism.
Okay, wait.
Hey, what's up, Jim?
Yo, what's up, kids?
Wait, it's that time already?
Yeah,
it's that time already.
So this is probably the fastest hour. It's gone by like this.
It was fast.
I agree.
Because you're with the coolest guy you're going to meet on NinjaTrader Live, Salma.
Jim, did he pay you to say this?
No money exchange hands yet.
He gets a royalty. He gets a recurring royalty. So I haven't paid him yet. He's going to invoice me for all of these. So let's cool it. I don't want the bill to get too high.
Stowe, I was trying to get a hold of you last night. There's a move afoot. May 16th.
Oh, okay.
The Pirates versus the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yeah.
In Pittsburgh, 4:05 game.
Okay.
Just wanted to get that on your radar screen. And I got another Ninjaite that's friends with the Phillies general manager. So
dude, that's cool.
Yeah.
Let me look. All right.
We can talk about this offline, but
No, shoot me a text. I will. There's something else. I'm playing a show that day, but there's some. Also, that's right around my birthday too. That could be fun.
Wait, so are you playing a show near the Pittsburgh area?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a doubleheader for me then. That's the easy one.
Oh, dude, I can go to both because the show it's at a festival in the afternoon, and then we can go to the game. Okay.
All right, I'll send you the
that's
particulars.
a cool day.
Yeah, Selma's coming too.
Selma, you want to come?
I'm in.
All right, cool. What are you gonna take a train? There's a train. You could take a train over.
I'm taking.
Oh, I wouldn't know how to take a train if. Yeah, no, that's not happening. I would rather drive.
Oh my god.
I would seriously. I think I would get lost. I wouldn't even know how to do that.
How would you get lost? You just get on the train. The train drives. You don't have to drive the train.
Bro, you would be surprised.
Oh my god.
You would be surprised.
Any event, you guys, let's focus here for 1 second. Let's give you guys a round of applause for laying it on the line today, everybody.
Now sound control is asleep.
They wasted it. There we go.
We gave them too many compliments.
No, I know. No, it's all good. It's all good. Well, thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you for sure. Looking forward to seeing you guys again. Selma, I'm going to see you this afternoon as well because you're here for Trade the Close, correct?
Yep.
Okay, 2:00 start, me and Chai, and then Trade the Close with you, XYZ, and Joey 11. I don't know who Joey 1 is anymore, but Joey 11 is going to be with us.
Dude, you've been tagging the wrong account for like 2 months.
I got it. 11 great. Black. I got it. Any event. Thank you guys. Really, really appreciate you. I will talk to you guys later.
All right.
Take care.
Jim.
Bye,
See you,
chat.
Selma.
Ciao, Stowe.
Okay, even the S&P, this is a classic chart. I can't tell you enough about it. This is a 10-minute candle. You could look, it looks similar on a 20-minute, 15-minute, 30-minute. But, you know, we had a really tight range overnight in going into today. And then the initial balance, the bell rang, we started selling off, right? We started breaking through milestones on the way down. And as we did that, we kept going. VWAP was kind of arcing down. And then we hit previous session's lows as an example, that one-day min, that high value level, and then we kept on going, and it was a really, really nasty day. So what happens then? We made a low finally, and we retraced. So I added a fib line here. Let's see where we retraced to. Regular textbook, 38.1%. No, we kept going a little bit. Everybody freaked out. And, thought, oh, well, we're going to get longer. It's going to be a V-shaped recovery. Well, we ran into a couple of things. We ran into S1. This is part of the daily pivot study. And we ran into that VWAP, that session VWAP. We couldn't make any higher ground. That was resistance. And not only that, look to the left-hand side. Look at this. Look, I got an arrow there. Look at this volume node, right? No one's interested in doing a trade here. This is a very low volume node. And, sometimes, yeah, you burn through it, but not today. This was a really, really, really nice area of resistance. We hit it. We sold back off again. We're driving down to the lows. I wouldn't be surprised if we made even further lows on the session. There's that S3 right there. And then that 0 DTE support is a little bit lower than that at 68.50. The flip side of this chart is the crude oil chart. Let's just pop that up really quickly, the April chart. And, we had this big rally, right? We moved up. So what did I do? I added that fib line again once we had a high in place just to see where we were going to retrace to. So, we had this candle here, which is a little bit of an oddball candle, but we did wick kind of lower. We wicked below that 23.6. We didn't get to the pivot. We didn't get to the 38. And there's that low volume area again, right below Jack's 2. Buyers brought us back up again, and we're driving up to make new highs, possibly in crude oil right now. And we have that swing high at 66.48. Don't forget about that from the daily chart. I'll show you in a second. Previous session's highs is really, really resistance right now. We've had 4 candles up there that just couldn't penetrate any further, but you never know. A second time, maybe we can get through there. We got that 0 DTE call resistance level at 6,700, and then above that is R2 at 67.24. I added the daily pivot levels back onto my chart. They're just too good not to add. So they're part of the NinjaTrader desktop platform as well. So that's it. Daily chart. Here's that swing high from September. That's still my line in the sand here. We're having traction closing above it. We're trying right now though, so we'll see if that happens on crude. And as Tracy said, be careful. This is a very news-driven market and whips around an awful lot. All right. Having said all that, I appreciate everybody being here with us today. If I can, Mission Control, I do want to remind everybody of the 2 promotions that we have. We're going to do this celebration for our socials, the NinjaTrader Live socials. Can't wait for those to hit the streets. We'll let you guys know how to get those. And we're celebrating, so we're giving away 5 lifetime NinjaTrader plans, and you get the software that I'm using right now. You're able to access that and also get discounts on your commissions. So it's a good deal for everybody. The second one is, of course, the March Madness Trading Challenge. And that starts Monday, only a couple trading days away. $20,000 of cash are going to be given away, flying out the door to 100 traders, the top 100, and then the top prize is a $2,000 cash reward. It's a lot of fun. I'm going to do it. Looking forward to everybody doing that. It is free, by the way. I do get questions all the time. How much does it cost? It doesn't cost anything. It's free to play. So having said all that, appreciate everybody being here. We will see you at a 2 o'clock start. In the meantime, please have a great, relaxing lunch. Thanks for coming.